waiting for a third-party opportunity, which again, you know, it comes down to decision making. It's neither here nor there for me, but it's certainly an uncharacteristic performance for them to be placing so consistently and not being able to take control of the end game.
Yeah. For me, it's always nice to see Virtus Pro, the previous Northern Lights roster, actually succeed, considering how much work that they actually put in when it came to like a European or EMEA region throughout the last year and a half or so. So let's see if they can prevail. And speaking of another European team, Clover, one that is going to be joining this lobby coming up will be TSM. And what do you think of TSM's prospects moving forwards here?
I mean, they are not looking as hot. I think we have really high expectations for this roster as well. We know that they're capable of more, but they didn't look so great. The bottom 16, they didn't look so great the previous weekly survival. I think they need to start working some things out.
Hypoc, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously this is one where we talked early on about Wookie Bookie coming in to stand in for this roster, obviously missing Vex. I think now it's we're maybe seeing some of the synergy aspects become more of an issue. I don't think on a macro level really anything's changed for TSM, but it's another one where they come down that they just can't consistently close out team fights in a clean manner.
We might have got to talk about the most teams we've ever talked about in a pre-show. I'm so happy. Yes, it's time.
Everyone, right?
We are getting... That was right. It was pretty good. Yeah, let's do it. Let's get into it. It's Miramar. Thank you, Toomey. Thank you, Peria. Thank you, Zowie. And we have Intel joining us here at the PGI.S. It's time to go over to Paper Thin and Toby for all of the Sandy action.
K. Laris, is it indeed time? 5 games to go as we find out who will make it to the weekly finals and who is going to have to find themselves in that reseeding situation where they got to fight through, try to get themselves in a good position for the next week. And guys, just a reminder, PGI.S presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And today we starting on Miramar, Toby, and we get joined by TSM. Thoughts coming into this?
My eyes instantly hot fixed on Virtus Pro. I wanted to see if they were hopping back towards Power Grid now that Multi-Circle Gaming managed to make it through. And yes, of course they are. It actually couldn't play out any better for Virtus Pro. I mean, of course, okay, so the better would be them qualifying earlier. But if, I mean, because I talked to Batulans about this, they were jumping where DA is. Now DA are back, and they were giving away Power Grid to Multi-Circle Gaming. So, I mean, worst comes to where, at least now they get Power Grid back with Multi-Circle Gaming not being here.
Yeah, there's a few teams that are kind of benefiting from some of the teams that have already qualified through. With Sonics going through, that means Picado's available for Liquid. And yeah, for DA, it's nice that they can go to their normal home to the southwest of Picado because VP is able to move up, like you mentioned, to Power Grid because MCG already through. In fact, the Chinese teams doing extremely well here so far. All but 4AM and TSG have qualified. First circle looking pretty good for Virtus Pro. Right near that Power Grid area is the center. So we'll see if it wants to stay there. There's still plenty of potential for it to move around, as we have seen. And there's Damwon Kia. And for me, Toby, I mean, I have to agree with the desk. They were talking about this. The most disappointing team in the tournament. I don't think, for me, there's any doubt about that. And it honestly, like, I've gone back and watched some of the tape and kind of talked to some of the people behind the scenes here in Korea about what's going on. And a lot of them have said that this falls on Sungjong's shoulders. Like, he is not making good decisions. They're not kind of playing their normal game, and it's really just not working out for them.
No, I mean, that one carries weird to me, because had they been playing now how they were playing, like had they been playing the whole tournament like they're playing now, I wouldn't necessarily say they disappointed me, because they would have sort of maybe lived up to my expectations of not going out and being flashy, but not being maybe at the very bottom either. But because, I mean, it all comes back to that week one, the first seeding round, the ranking games, and them just playing so incredibly well. The rotations on point. They won pretty much every single fight they put themselves in. They were just playing incredible PUBG. And now we see them, as you say, make mistakes on rotations, engage in fights where they clearly don't have all the info they need in order to really engage in those fights, and end up losing. And you go, wait, what happened to the week one down one? I mean, where did they go? Because you have been playing well. You've shown us you're capable of doing crazy things. So why did you stop?
And with Tianba, one of the teams that was insanely consistent in Asia last year, in 2020, I mean, constantly finishing top 5 in just about almost every event, except for one. I think Charity Showdown was the only one they didn't, or at least 6 or better, or something like that. But for Damwon Kia, they look completely lost. It looked like they overthought the weekly qualifier, the survival stages, and then were never really able to regroup during the weekends and kind of get their heads screwed back on straight. They were just all over the place. They're constantly making extremely late rotations, which is like, I see them kind of as one of the last teams to come into a circle more often than I'm used to. Like, sometimes they'll do it, of course, because they have to, because the circle shifts away from them. But normally they're a pretty early rotating team. I'm not saying they don't necessarily make center dives like circle 1, but they'll wait and kind of make their move around circle 3 or 4, and now they're just constantly stuck on the edge. And I know that maybe they looked good in that first week fighting from the edge, but that's not the Damwon Kia I know. That's not the Damwon Kia that does things right, and that's not the Godvi I know. So he's going to get taken down by Savior there up on the hill. And a rough start there for 4 a.m. coming out of Hacienda.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting Savior to branch out like that. He normally does loot up above the San Martin city itself, and that's a tough one, right? Because you know there's going to be one around here, but what are the odds that he's going to peek right on over just as you come up over the hilltop? That's just unfortunate timing for Godby. No way he could have scouted that uphill. And for Savior, just whether it's him knowing that Godby likes to go up, or at 4 a.m. at least, like to set one up early and he positioned accordingly, or whether it's in the same part for him, just lucky to be in the right place at the right time there. It's in the end of it, of course, just unfortunate for 4 a.m. to lose one.
Yeah, it's not what they're looking to have to start out, of course, no doubt about it. Meta coming out of El Pozo, heading towards the mountain just to the east there. Typically, you'll see them kind of split out around that area, look for information below them and around them, see what's going on. EJ kind of playing a bit forward near 4 a.m. Going to back off all alone, sees that 4 a.m. has moved into the compound just across the road and is like, all right, well, we know what they're doing coming out of Hacienda. That probably means that Hacienda is free, so we can rotate in that direction.
Yeah, what I like to see about the center right now, just like the center and west side of the circle, is and this is both good and bad for some teams, right? Because no more EU teams have made it through, you have FaZe, DA, Liquid, TSM, and Virtus Pro all sitting within the, to some extent, nearby vicinity, with FaZe a little more excluded out towards the west side. But if the majority of this game centers up towards that hillside, at least for EU, they will get to play it pretty much according to what they're used to, because the way that we're seeing these different teams, as I say that, Wookie drives by Picado and gets killed. Now Iroh goes down as well. Why am I even trying to bring up theories here when they just disprove them immediately? TSM lose 2, thought all of Liquid had wrapped out, and they hadn't. Usually Liquid would go out to the west, stack up from where you see Mexi and Clip, and CSM caught maybe going for the vehicle there. I'm not sure, but lose 2, that's a fortunate start to the game for them.
Yeah, definitely not the start they're looking for. Is this their first game in these weekly survivals coming in here on the very last day of Freak of Freaks driving by TSG. Volibear swaps over, tries to get some shots. A few of them hit the side of the vehicle. Now he's taking some damage from 4 a.m., and that's going to send him over to the other side of this hill to try to obscure himself from the Chinese team. So a couple different teams driving around up by the Hacienda area, just kind of feeling each other out, trying to extend themselves as much as they can. Nobody really losing too much yet, other than 4 a.m. lost Godby early, of course, but for TSG and Afrika, oh, it's a buggy. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, no.
Yeah.
James has such a good angle there. That's just, yeah, they were going for that truck, like you mentioned.
It was a bait all along. James was sitting there ready and waiting, and you can't really fault TSM all too much. A, they couldn't see him. They most likely scouted, but he was behind the wall, maybe inside the building at the time that they scouted forward. And B, 7 minutes in, even I wouldn't expect for Liquid. Yes, you might still have won in Picado, but he wouldn't be sitting on the east side of the city with this circle. Normally you'd see James do pretty much what he's doing right now, leave out, play west side alongside Mexi, or just at least to some extent try and split out with Liquid on the west side of Picado. Maybe still in, but at least out towards the west. They were not ready for a Liquid player to be there at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. It was definitely, Yeah, unusual from TSM, no doubt about it, but unusual from Team Liquid as well. So two unusual things collide. Strange things definitely happen. Oath, in the meanwhile, is doing what they normally do, coming in late, coming in towards the edge. That's the way they play. That's where they find success. They've been consistently making it to the weekly finals. When it comes to the weekly finals themselves, maybe not as good as they'd like, but I do have to say I've been quite impressed with Oath throughout this tournament. They seem to have gotten better as time has gone on. They even started out pretty decent, to be frank. So excited to watch Oath as this tournament comes to its second half towards the conclusion where things get more exciting. There's more money on the line. All of these situations going to be coming at us, and I want to see which teams are going to rise to the top, and can Oath be one of those from NA? You know, I think a lot of eyes are on SDK and Sonics, but Oath and Zenith have been playing consistent as well.
Yeah, I mean, they've had, 4 placements inside top 5 in this weekly survival alone. Haven't been able to grab the win, of course, but some decent placements already and some good performances overall. And they're I mean, I'd say Oath, in terms of fighting and in terms of up-close engagements, have positively surprised me. Or not necessarily, they've just impressed me, I think is the right word, with what they've been able to do when it comes to up-close and close-quarter combat in general. Their rotation game has been good as well, but they have found themselves, at least in what I've seen, in positions oftentimes where they force themselves into the harder side or the more difficult side of the circle to play, because they try to rotate in to the area of the map where they should be expecting the majority of teams to be around. That way, kind of getting forced into the funnel of chaos and doom as the circles then shift away. We'll see now, though, if this east side rotation's paid off for them as they come on in, rotating all the way in from the south. And oh my lord,
yoink!
That's Okay, so look at this rotation real quick while I'm on the map right now. We have San Martin to the east, and that mountain stretch that we talk about, the Power Grid Plateau, stretches all the way down towards the southeast and straight south. The angle of approach to this circle for teams that are out towards the east or the south is so narrow. I'm expecting, like we're seeing right now, we will see teams run into each other.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see here Team Liquid lighting up DA as they cross, but DA doing a good job shooting back from their vehicles. Ibby has to prone himself behind this hill, but there are more Team Liquid players waiting. Jeans gets some pretty decent damage, no knocks just yet. Leads a few shots with the mini, doesn't connect. VP now out of the frying pan, into the fire is DA. As VP now coming up to the edge. Spyro looking over with his barrel, gonna let loose with a few shots and gonna get the knock on to Merritt. Smash trying to drive away. Oh, he turns around. Smash is thinking about trying to turn and potentially stop there and fire a few shots back. Code Marco helping out, getting some damage into VP, and this looks like where DA is gonna set up, at least for now.
I'm not sure if this is where Smash wanted to be, but for where Code Marco and Mithralius are, that is a spot that DA has been eyeballing many times in these Power Grid-esque circles. And because of the mountain that we have just northeast of where, or in between STK and Divine, I would say, because we know the next circle, the circle after next circle shifts away from that in particular, we have seen many of these circles kind of jump back towards Power Grid. So I like where DA is sitting. Of course, never fun to lose one early, but with the position there, and should the next circle go just remotely southeast, not even a hard shift, just a tiny bit towards the southeast, they're pretty much guaranteed to get the next circle thrown their way as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good move by DA. I think it's a good spot to stop, especially even though they lost one. There's potential that could be an area where the circle wants to end up finishing. Over on the left-hand side, again, that's an area of your screen you want to be looking, because there is a code over there for you guys. Now, let's take a look at Oath. Oath has gone all the way up towards the crater fields here, up towards the military base in the craters, driving down the hill as well, and taking some shots from IQ 500 all the way across. So from crater to crater there, that's a pretty long shot, not much damage really being done. And Oath, this is kind of interesting. They have, I'm not sure how I feel about this one. I mean, it is safe for now, at least.
It's, let's hold that thought. Yeah, he spots one. Oh, but I thought he was safe rotating in the south, but TSG, they're so wide to split. I mean, TSM, this is their first game in. You've got to feel kind of bad for them, because they're getting called out in areas of the map where you just normally never see anyone playing whatsoever. I think TSG were midst rotation and he had to stop and get healed on up himself. And unfortunately for Vard, he goes down. So now Miracle is on his own. But yeah, I mean, Oath's rotation up towards the north there. Fortunately for them, Division X kind of just lets them stick around and they hop off themselves. But that's what I talked about before, how you funnel yourself into trouble by taking some of the paths that you do. They're hard banking on this next circle going towards the west and in turn shifting out towards the west towards El Pozo. We'll see if it's paid off for them or not, because if it hasn't, then their chances are going to be slim to none.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, phase 3 goes, wow, pretty well centered on the current one. So towards Meta, towards LG Divine, towards this shark tooth looking thing over on the western side there. So this is going to be pretty fascinating for Dom Juan Kia. They went towards the northern part of Monte Nuevo along with TSG right next to them. That's going to be a tough one. Miraku, last one alive for TSM, trying to find something to call home in the next circle. It's been nothing but disaster for them to start their weekly survival. They only have 5 games to get it going, not the start you want forever. In the meantime, takes a bunch of damage from Afrika. Find some of those pimento trees over there on the side, and Hikari and Hansia are going to pull up and see if they can finish it. Oh, there was the knock there. So yes, forever going to be knocked and probably taken out.
I was looking at metagaming while all this unfolded. We saw all the teams rotate their way forward. They hurried, they sprinted into position out towards the east, and I think it's a smart play on their part. I'm pretty sure the circle is going to hard shift down towards that southeast side, and they should be safe with where they are. Miracle will get out of the vehicle. We'll try and see if he can get himself to safety. You can see him on the minimap in the bottom right corner there. Does get himself into a shack, which actually there's pretty good chance it's going to be in the next circle. Will it be in after that? Not sure, but we'll see. The next one should shift southeast. There might be a way for it to shift northeast. I don't think it could, but we'll see. My money is on the TSG meta side of things, and you can see most teams are kind of expecting that to be the case too, with so many teams now trying to wrap in on the south side.
Yeah, everybody's kind of trying to find some angle of approach over there. There's Afrika on the road, Team Liquid underneath that, 4AM behind them. So a lot of teams really trying to see if they can get a proper look at this next rotation, this next, like you say, it wants to shift away from that mountain most likely, because it is going to be phase 4 and it has to exclude the unplayable terrain. So that's why everybody's kind of looking towards that area. DA already in. The current circle, will they be in the next one, is a good question. TSG has leapfrogged in front of them, coming out of Monte Nuevo. So a nice little maneuver here by TSG. You know, DA just standing pat on their dip, and the circle did not favor them. It hard shifted away. So for them, the gamble is not going to pay off yet. You never know with DA. I mean, they can definitely get it done. The fragging power we know is there on that team. And VP, well, they're going to slide in to Shandian. Oh no, this is bad. They're all in that car, and if he just gets a few more good shots, this could be disaster for VP. There's one. Do we have 2? No, they get over that hill just in time.
How did they get across? We're only losing 1 player. I mean, you can see all of them are practically at under half HP, but how? Wow, did not expect to see that many Virtus Pro players make that rotation. As I said, I'm expecting to see the circle go over here. We'll see now if that was the true or not. It actually does shift up towards the north. Okay, interesting. North is in. The south side full commit for some teams has not paid off. And Oath, well, we were discussing their rotation. Seems to me like it paid off for them in the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was just thinking, Toby, that for Oath, this is actually a fantastic position for them to be in. They control the northern half of that circle pretty well, and they have an uphill in front of them, so they have a lot of cover to work with going forward. All right, DA now trailing behind Team Liquid. Meta spraying into them as they cross. Jeem's going to get found and take it out. Code Marco and the rest of the DA pushing on through. 4 Angry Men going to go down as our first team eliminated here in the day. And it is DA sliding on down. Now it's a COD from above. We had a COD breaking the hearts of SDK fans yesterday. Today sees DA, gets a little bit of damage into them, but they're going to pack it up because they know they've got Smash behind him. I think they know he's isolated. Oh no! Smash gets a COD there. What a return shot to transfer over to Dom Juan Kia, TSG. Sungjong in the air. Sungjong no longer in the air.
Yeah, a few teams managed to make it out of the south. The rest of them had to stick around and fight it out. Now you can see the blues coming in as well. TSM will be second team to be eliminated. Out they go. FaZe managed to make their way across. Tough rotation for them, but fortunately they found a little time period where the other teams were fighting, so they get across pretty unharmed. Here comes the vehicle, full speed forward. Kale takes down Peng. That's one more TSG player out of the equation. Indigo stays put with the car, but they still have a rotation to make. They lost Sonjang. We'll see now if they can find their crossing. Furia driving straight in front of them. They're going to be pulling up towards Meta. So the regions once again battling off against one another. I like this Furia position though. They know that there's no one on the western hill, having seen FaZe rotate across. So they should be able to sit below here pretty much for free, at least for now.
SDK settling up underneath. There's Division X above them and LG Divine, to the two Vietnamese teams hanging out around their area. TSG does escape the grasp of Don Muang Kia after taking down Sungjang and then losing one in return. Volibear up in front, Sparking dueling with him. Sparking doing some good damage. Wicked takes him down, and TSG is out of the round. Now for Don Muang Kia, they have a weird situation here, Toby, because like you mentioned, they have a very tough rotation to make in front of them, and they kind of had to hope that maybe teams would beat each other up and they could find some space, but meanwhile, SDK under a ton of pressure, under grenade fire, grenade damage, Alo taken down, and they have nothing but Broncos to protect them.
Oh, they were, I mean, Don Kia, they were banking on that south side shift, and which never happened. Now, the last team to cross somehow. I mean, surprised by the fact they even managed to get across. They lost Sonyang earlier, so technically they didn't lose anyone on this rotation. It's, of course, I mean, they're still far from safe. They have to make their way further forward soon. They have the Freak of Freaks over the top, fighting off opponents. And Meta, I mean, if they're fortunate, if they're really fortunate, Furia and Meta fight this one out, and maybe that allows for Kia to leave. In the meantime, we'll see now Hikari peeking over the top on Sia. They find Mithralia, so just one left alive, and Hikari finds him with the nade. DA eliminated in 13th. What a great throw there. Not only getting the kill on them, but granting so much more space for Freak of Freaks to push into the next circle.
Yeah, precisely. They're going to take that dip that was being occupied by DA. Now they're coming over to the side to find their Korean brethren. A knock on Indigo. Looks like it should be a finish, although Hikari can't quite find the angle. Going to try to readjust a little bit and take another shot at it, but smokes are down. Indigo being looked at here. Hikari starting to spray into the smoke, seeing if he can get lucky, and it was good enough because the damage done allowed him to get the bleed out. Now, SDK still under grenade fire from Fergus and Division X. Here comes some more grenades. SDK now getting a little taste of their own medicine, Toby. They're known for their grenades, and they're getting rained upon.
Like, how many nades do you have, guys? Back off, give us a chance. No chances are being given, though. Pens up somehow still alive after that barrage, and we'll see now if Purdy Curdy can somehow make a play up the hill on the other side. Issue is, as they try and kind of approach up on that hill, they're getting shot at from behind. And the thing is, it's technically SDK who are holding out Division X Gaming right now. I mean, they don't really want to run further away from the circle. And you can see now, fortunately for SDK, they can wait them out, they can sit tight, they can hold it off, and now they can try and manage to, or try and prevent the crossing from happening. Unfortunately, they can't quite find the first one. Long does go down at the end of it. Penta able to find him. Purdy Curdy gets a flush. Still two up and alive on the other side, though. But while all this has happened, Divine has managed to push closer.
Yeah, Divine's kind of waiting in the wings. They're going to watch Division X go down and then either push up and try to blockade SDK as well, or maybe just try to consolidate their position towards the center of the circle, depending on what they feel like doing. And with LG Divine, they are a bit more passive than a lot of teams, so they might opt to just kind of move in and go for more of a centralized location with maybe running into K7's Lock or something like that going forward. Division X's Fergus, nowhere for him to go at this point. He might as well just pack this one in. He doesn't have enough first aids or anything. He's just having a little fun because he will indeed be bleeding out and dying. Down goes Division X in 12th. Now we have 11 teams, 35 alive here. Phase 6 coming up soon.
Yeah, pretty impressive that so many has managed to stay alive. But of course, when kills don't grant you anything, there's no reason to go hunt them. Might as well find a place to sit tight and then just hunker down and wait for other teams to fight each other. SDK, a little sigh of relief as Division X Gaming gets eliminated, but of course it's not long-lived because they have to either take the 2v4 fight to Oath, or as we see now, potentially the 2v4 fight to Divine. JN spots one, solid damage coming in, finds the knock with the last bullet there as well. Penta does go down, Nate's gonna come up to follow, and maybe you'll see Oath push up on this. Rilo, he was up close, but he's still gonna back off again. Nate doing lots of damage, Purdy's still alive though.
Yeah, now they're throwing stuns, running out of their throwables. Maybe, nope,
wait,
there's
what?
a good one.
What?
Louise finishes off Penta. Somehow Purdy, never mind, Purdy done. The second one, the follow-up for Louise is good. Now out goes STK, so LG Divine does what they should do, clearing out their edge, cleaning STK out after Division X went down. Really like that movement from LG Divine. I've seen them in the past maybe kind of let a team go if they prioritize center position instead, but this is a smarter, more disciplined LG Divine in my opinion. Damwon Kia, the tough road finally ends as they're taken down by Clib and Team Liquid. And looking in the center, all these teams at this compound gotta go now, Toby.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Oath in the meantime. They're pretty much the only team with any hard cover left remaining in this circle. Is this where you go out on the hill, you abandon the compound, maybe leave one behind and play some sort of control? Because if these fights come to an end before you've managed to make your way out, you're going to be in so much trouble trying to leave. But of course, we know there's still 32 players alive, an absurd amount, as we said before, to be alive in the end game. Here we saw players tweet about it yesterday as well. There are so many players alive in the end game, and yes, there really is. We'll see how many ends up being alive come the next couple of circles, because this shift here is going to be treacherous for all these teams having to wrap around the mountain that we see here with K7 on top.
Yeah, teams have just gotten so good at finding little spots that they can work with to hide, using their smokes to cut off angles to really give themselves a chance. Furia gonna set the smoke wall up, heading towards Afrika Freak's direction, and Ikari has a great side angle to catch them as they try to come through. A little bit of help from Silzen and Wicked over there as well. Furia torn asunder, trying to get in. Only one member left alive for them. It's Necro, and I think he is dead to rights at this point.
Wouldn't assume to see him get out of there alive. Nope, not gonna happen. Down he goes. Spiro, solo player as well. Now Meta trying to make the crossing face. The first time we really see them in action. 2 kills so far in this game, but Tulins does end up going down. Phase 6 hurts like hell, so nobody wants to be in the blue for too long. Meta, I'm loving the rotations we've seen from them for so far today. They backed off when Furia came in, and now they managed to get out of the compound alive as well here. Issue is they are in between 2 teams now. They have a Afrika Freaks on one side, they have Liquid on the other. No one's opted to engage him, but now back towards the west we go. Face trying to push up towards K7. 2 down from Face already, but Senon falls in return.
Yeah, a great grenade there, but now it's going to be Buyohu getting caught out by Gustav. A little exposed there, up over the top, getting good damage as Loxlock gets the knock. Fuzzface pushing in, trying to see if he can outduel K7. He's under fire from Savior. Gonna have to re-wrap around this rock. Go for the first aid. Now he gets a little help here. It is going to be K7 taken down by LG Divine, and they look to see if they can finish the job. Meta tried to push into Afrika, and both teams doing a lot of damage to each other. Only one member of Meta left. Ibiza stepping up into this, seeing the kill feed, knows that he has a great opportunity to third party. Even though it's 10 kills here for Afrika Freaks, they are in a lot of trouble. EJ full health, but they are going to be under fire from Team Liquid very, very shortly when they come up and over the hill. Ibiza not able to control that spray very well, and Ikari's going to get Clib.
So much damage coming in on all teams here, while the fire brews on the mountainside. Oath claps their hands in joy, seeing as their task ahead of them only gets, I don't want to say easy, but easier anyway, with all these teams taking casualties. Divine are still full alive with the hillside under control. They're going to wait for this east side skirmish to end. One team will win, and then probably not even end up winning the game, because they will be all so battered and bruised by the time they actually make it to the circle. Ragnar, he's had enough. He said, you know what? No, I'm just going to back off. I'm going to run into the circle. I'm going to prone down. I'm going to hope that you guys fight each other, and somehow I can get a 1v1, maybe a 1v2 in the end game. It's unlikely, but you never know. We've seen crazier things before. Here comes Afrika Freaks instantly. Clip gets taken down. It's just EB left alive. Meta will be caught in the end of it, and now EB over the top doesn't find one, will go down as well. Out goes Liquid. 3 teams left alive.
Yeah, well done here by the Freaks. I mean, they have come to play. Ragnar will go down. You beautiful man, you tried your best, but you will find your death in the middle of that circle. So it's 4 for LG Divine, 4 for Oath, 3 for Afrika Freaks, who have a boatload of kills coming into this final situation. Only 1 kill for Oath, but the rotations early benefiting Oath. They make a good one, playing their edge style, really working out. LG Divine being cautious, safe, but clearing out their flanks, and that has opened up a ton of space for them, Toby.
Yep. See now if they can make their way down here. For Oath, they would love to see Divine and Afrika Freaks before to take a fight. The only thing is, if Afrika Freaks go down too fast, there might not be enough time for Oath to position into the final fight. We'll see. Divine are still on the other side of the hill, so no forced engagement as of right now anyway. In the meantime, we can see them playing from up here. They have the high ground. They have potentially, I mean, they have the access to vision, but they're not too keen on peeking on over the top. Now, will Oath have to run uphill, or will it be the last two teams uphill having to run their way down towards the NA team? Oath, they get the circle. We questioned their rotation early on, but of course, I mean, with all the circles gone their way, what's not to like, at least for the Oath players? The only thing is, as you can see here, they're looking uphill. It's a tall order to really maintain control of all of this.
Yeah, it all depends on what happens over the top of this hill, what Afrika and LG Divine end up doing. Now, you can see EJ and his teammate trying to come up the side. It's Hansia with him to get on the high ground and get the information, and that's going to be what Korean teams really want to prioritize. A lot of teams want to prioritize, of course. Levy's going to be spotted out, takes a few shots, but instantly prones down, doesn't get too much. EJ going to let fly with the grenade. Levy's able to dash behind the rock. The return grenades coming in, getting some decent damage into the side of Afrika, but for now, they're able to hold on. However, they're outside of the next circle.
They are, all of them are Oath currently in the meantime while all this is unfolding, trying to set themselves up for what will be the final fight. Surprised to see no one trying to get over this ridge line. They're all staying in the ball, kind of. So if one team does win this faster than Oath being allowed to reposition themselves, you would have to think Oath might be off actually in the tougher position. We'll see. Shots are now being fired. Afrika Freaks peek on over. Lewis, first one to fall, will go down into the blue. No way he's gonna get back up and alive. Out he goes. Fifth kill comes in there. EJ sprays on over. Finds June as well. So two casualties early in for Divine. Turtle to fall as well. Just one left alive.
I mean, Afrika Freaks are absolutely destroying every team they come across, but PatCaps finds a great time to come up and over. He's going to get knocked himself. EJ gets that. EJ and Hansia have a chance here. Hansia going to be going for that first aid. Get a good grenade from Bale Frost. Buys Hansia. EJ, Johnny on the spot, getting in there quick to go for the res. Still no res yet on to PatCaps. We do have a member of Oath going over there looking for it. More grenades up and in towards Afrika Freaks. Another good one from Snake. Gets the second knock on to Hansia. Afrika under pressure, under fire. They are falling apart. Only one member left. It's EJ all alone. A grenade, a second one. The shooting from Snakers gonna do it, and Oath will come away with the win.
You can see Snaker's face. It's one of those, well, it wasn't pretty, but we'll take it. And he knows, you know, Oath, they're not a team that likes to just sit down in a compound, wait for circles to go their way and go, wait, I guess that's a win. They want to be out there. They want to go up. They want to aggress. They want to push. They want to get kills. They want to be aggressive, but they also know, having tried that, it just doesn't work for them in this portion of the tournament. So respect the fact that they stayed out, and also kudos for pushing out when they did. I was afraid that they were going to stay down in the bowl for the entirety of the engagement of above and kind of just let that one unfold, but they knew there is enough casualties on both sides now that we can push up and we can dictate that end game 5. We don't want to wait for them to come to us. We'll go up on the wall, we'll jump on the barricade, we'll hold them off, and we'll take them down. So great end game by Oath. It wasn't much for them to do, but they did what had to be done to get the win.
Yeah, exactly. It was good timing from them. That's what matters. That you make the right moment at the right, make the right decision at the right time at the right moment, and you get through and you get that win. That's what it's all about. And for Oath, say what you will about this game, but they've been qualifying every single week, so they have shown a remarkable consistency and adaptability in this tournament. So I am not at all going to take away anything from this, and I don't think they should either, as they move on once again to the weekly finals.
I mean, you can't fault the team for sitting in a compound when circles go their way. That's just, I mean, that's the smarter play, especially in this format. So kudos on their part to get the win. I was worried, we both were, when we saw them rotate into the creative field area up on the north side early, going, you guys are far away. But fortunately for them, things went in their favor. And Divine X, Division X Gaming, didn't look to take a fight early, so it worked out for them. They rotated well into it. They got themselves a win. But oh my lord, I mean, Afrika Freaks, I think they eliminated 5 or 6 teams that game off of just close quarter engagements in the open. Very, very, very good performance in the CQC department for that team there.
Yeah, the Freaks, when they start clicking, are a force to be reckoned with. They can hit hard and they can hit you fast. Their close quarters engagements are really strong.
Exactly. Let's hop on over now to Oath and see what they have to
PGI.S
say after that win.
4주차. 안녕하세요, 광민선입니다. 오늘 첫 번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 오스였고요. 팻캡스 선수와 함께 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
네, 오늘 돌산으로 자기장이 잡혔는데 오스는 건물을 잘 지키고 있다가 고점으로 올라가는 타이밍을 잘 포착을 한 것 같아요. 당시 어떤 오더가 오갔는지 여쭤볼게요.
Through the last match, you guys were covering the shack really well. What were some of the conversations that were going on?
Well, we originally scouted the compound that we got to free. We didn't think it was going to be free, but it was. And we just made sure we were all on the same page, figuring out what teams were around us, who was down, and just finishing the game out.
처음엔 어떤 팀이 어디 있는지 정확히 몰랐는데 그 다른 팀들 계속 파악하면서 천천히 나아가면서 경기를 잘 치를 수 있었습니다.
네, 참 서바이벌에서 뒷심을 발휘하면서 결국 파이널로 진출하는 오스였던 것 같아요. 파이널은 지금 개근이거든요. 9위, 10위, 6위 이런 순위들을 기록하고 있는데 이번 파이널 몇 위 예상하시나요?
We were at the weekly finals every week, 9th, 10th, 6th place throughout the last 3 weeks. What do you expect this week to be on?
We're going for first place this week.
이번 주는 저는 1등을 예상하고 있습니다.
오, 팻캡스 선수의 자신감 넘치는 모습. 그리고 제가 인터뷰를 봤는데 그 픽댐 순위가 사실 살짝 낮거든요. 근데 우리 팬분들한테 잘생겼으니까 우리 팀 뽑아달라고 하시는 걸 제가 봤어요. 혹시 팬분들께 응원 많이 해달라고 카메라 보고 매력 어필해 주실 수 있으실까요?
Could you face the camera and show some of your attractiveness? Because we're not that high in the pick'em challenge.
Oh, yeah.
네, 여러분 오스의 팻캡스 선수 많은 응원을 부탁드리겠습니다. 오늘 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 다시 한번 승리 축하드리겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 12번째 매치에서 파이널로 간 팀은 바로 오스였습니다. 계속해서
What did I just watch? But there you go. Dog. That was dogs bark, cats meow, and Oath get through to weekly finals. That's how this goes down. We have Oath making their way through. It was in 12th position here throughout, but it does not matter. You get there towards the end, and Hypoc and Clover are joining me. Clover, what did we just see in that interview? That was something special.
I mean, is that what I need to do to look attractive? Rub my eyebrows and wink a little bit?
That's right. There you go.
But I mean, as he kind of said, they had a really easy start, right? Oath kind of took that compound early on. I think Gex is the only team that even kind of rivaled that position, and they pushed them off really quickly. And I don't like seeing Oath play center. I don't think that that's a position that works well for them. In fact, usually when we see them send it center compound, it doesn't work well for them, but they did a really good job holding that out, preventing anybody else from coming in the area, and they made smart plays. They sent Rello out a couple times to investigate, gather information, but they didn't take any unnecessary risks.
Hypoc?
Yeah, again, I think the circle did dictate a lot of that one. It's nice to see, obviously, after a team is trending so well in terms of, I mean, we can always look at the points acquisition across the week. And these guys are one of the highest scoring so far in terms of placement and kills. So, yes, that one was a little bit of a throwaway. But, I mean, when you set up to win a game like that, to hold on to what you've got, keep 4 alive, and be able to take control of the end game, that's all you can really ask of a team.
Yeah, in this format, it ain't about killing. It's about finding yourself that path to survival, and they do it very well. And I mean, considering, as you say, it's almost like vindication, considering the week that they've had here so far, Clover, with the great results that they've had. So good to see Oath making it through.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, they put in the work, and, you know, as Hypoc and I've kind of already said, don't give up a gift, right? Circle was truly a gift for them. And, you know, to double back on your point about killing, man, Africa this game. They were absolutely on fire, and unfortunately on fire at the very end when they died to all those throwables thrown by Oath.
There you go. Oath make it through. The 12th team joining. We have 4 spots remaining. Here is Oath, not wearing their fluorescent shirts today. I do miss those.
Maybe that's the key.
Yes, maybe that's the word. Maybe. The one thing I do want to talk about Hypoc is exactly what Clover mentioned, though. Africa Freaks were smashing it this game, and that's the kind of Africa Freaks that I am scared of. That's the kind of Africa Freaks that when qualifies for that weekly final, then you're like, oh damn, well, they're ready to play. It's just a shame that that's not what it's about right now.
Yeah, and the good thing about Africa Freaks is in some of these games where they are kind of forced to play, as we saw them previously, they're just relentlessly sweeping the edge of the circle and coming in. They find success doing it, right? It's a shame that obviously it comes down to literally that ridge, and the fact that Oath are as proactive as they are. Obviously, Clover's already talked about Reload kind of pushing out to find information, find a forward position. Again, you take nothing away from that, but it's just a shame to see the Freaks fall short just due to kind of some positioning and some terrain at the end.
Yeah, and unfortunate indeed. But Oath make it through. LG Divine, once again, another pretty impressive finish for them. Not able to round it out towards the end, but at the top, Hikari and Hansia sitting strong. 12 of their 15 kills coming in from just these two, Clover.
They're so insane. I mean, you know, Hikari and Hansi have been putting in work week after week. I know, Hypoc, earlier you talked about their week 1 performance, and these were 2 of the stars of that week. So it's really good to see them have a great game like this, especially, you know, considering 1172 Hikari. That's insane. He's insane.
Damn, very, very nice indeed. And now that I look at the damage that they've been able to accrue, they're putting in so much more than everybody else in this lobby to start things off for day number 3. Very impressive indeed. Beyond that, though, not exactly the wildest of circles to have to deal with here with Hypoc. STK was obviously coming in from that west side, trying to wrap around through the north, eventually holding out. Who was it that they were holding out? I can't quite remember, but holding out a team, and then from there trying to get in south, and from there a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably one circle shift we can look at in the game that maybe caught the vast majority of teams off guard, which is, again, it's, you know, fights like that are the byproduct of seeing that happen on the field. There are some teams that are able to position well enough to deal with it, but in this scenario, when everybody's kind of trying to play that survival and maybe taking those team fights in circle 4 and 5 on, you know, kind of the preference, that's when we see these kind of long drawn out rotations, teams losing one by one and trying to make these mad dash in a vehicle. So it's definitely understandable. And to be honest, it's very difficult for these teams that are kind of playing that gatekeep position on the edge to anticipate that also.
A team with something to prove now enters the lobby. Detonation Gaming White Clover, who in the previous week were not able to play. They were in 32nd position. They've been able to recover from that spot and come on in. That being said, they really have to start grinding things out here because it's not been the easiest tournament for them by any stretch of the imagination.
No, they've had a lot of instances in which they've fallen short, both in late game placements, if they can make it to the late game, or losing out some fights based on mechanics. Machado did pop off quite a bit during the bottom 16, so I think that there's great potential, but they really need to focus on just something, one little thing to improve, and maybe we'll see that chicken dinner for them today.
Just to add on to that, sorry, this is another thing I've been kind of looking at is in terms of stats out of the games they have played through the weekly survivals. They only have 3 top 5 finishes, and that's only out of 20 games played. And yes, we could argue they're much lower down on in terms of the more unfortunate lack of game numbers played, but that's not what you want to see. And even looking at their bottom 16 performance has been middling, to be fair, as well.
No, indeed, they're going to have to kind of tighten things up if they want to make something happen here in this week and towards the later stages of the tournament, making sure that they can push on forwards. Damwon Kia here, effectively the counterpart of Africa Freaks. A lot of eyes were on those two teams. Damwon Kia weren't able to make much happen in this previous game, but Africa Freaks were blasting. Both of these two teams are going to have to really rise to the occasion if they want to try and get themselves one of the final 4 spots. There's not much left here available to move into our weekly final here for number 4. Well, thank you very much, guys. It's time to head to our game. It's Erangel. We thank Intel for joining us here on the plane for PGI.S as we get into the grassy pastures. Let's move on to Paper and Toby for all the action.
Thank you very much, Kalaris, Hypoc, and Clover, for bringing us all the great analysis in between the games. And yes, indeed, Erangel time. That green on your screen indicates that it is the original PUBG map where we find ourselves. And coming in to join us, Detonation Gaming White Japan finds its way back into these weekly qualifiers. Can they finally break through, Toby?
Can they? Can they? Oh, can they? I don't know. Honestly, that's my best analytical answer. I've seen, again, it's I feel like the further down this list of teams joining we go, the more the story becomes the same, but with more just more spread in terms of the moments of positive. Where I have seen positives from Detonation Gaming Wide. I've seen them go out, have what I would consider good games, then to be followed by absolutely why did you do that type situations in other games that lose them their matches. And I will say this, having seen them play the bottom 16 matches, I have seen an aggressive side of Detonation Gaming Wide that I've missed from, I want to say, pretty much all Japanese teams for quite a while. So if they can bring that in and complement that with their good rotations that they do, I feel like more often than not, then there's a world where they make finals with even though they only have a couple of games left to play.
Yeah, I mean, for me, watching Detonation Gaming White for quite some time now, I've always felt like they have the highest upside out of any team of their region. The mechanical abilities on that team are very, very good. They're on par with a lot of the other teams in Asia. The real issue is, like you're mentioning, decision-making at times. Their region itself is very passive. Them, E36, Sun Sisters is another team that's consistently making some of these global or regional events coming out of Japan as one of the better teams. They do play very passive typically, and sometimes they make sends and moves that are, well, head scratchers. No doubt about it. And
yeah.
So I would like to see them be more aggressive as long as they do it properly, because I've seen them at times be aggressive just for the sake of being aggressive, it feels like, and they end up falling because of it.
Can I ask you an analytical question real quick before Volleyball dies?
Absolutely.
Why is the Freak of Freaks looting a foreign quarry?
I don't know.
Come on, be the Korea analyst. That's why you're here, right? Come on, make sense of this nonsense, Paper.
I've never seen them do it. Maybe they thought the circle might go down here. Well, Volibear, he's going to go down to the Pizza Gun. If you had Pizza Gun as your first kill on your bingo card, congratulations. You won the lottery on that one. It is going to be a Scarlet Fish. I honest to God, I was wondering the exact same thing, and I just kind of stored it in the back of my brain for, well, I mean, Milta Power is very far away. Their alternate drop spot at times has been Fairy Pier, but that's occupied by Division X. So I guess this is about the only place they felt comfortable going into, but I'm with you, they didn't really fan out very much on it. Now, of course, they do pick up that kill, but there's no vehicles.
Yeah, that was the thing, because I was looking at the when they parachuted down, it wasn't like they were trying to spread out a lot and then realized, oh wait, we're being contested here by TSG, let's just land close instead. It just seemed to me like they were like pretty much from the get-go, maybe not immediately, but when they jumped out, it's like, well, I guess we'll just take quarry. It was just surprising to me.
Absolutely. No, I'm just as surprised, to be completely honest with you. It is a bit odd to see from them. Now, TSG has basically decided to make their way away from the quarry, so that will open up a bit of space for Afrika to at least try to rotate into our circle. Our circle kind of a 50-50. Indigo might be in a whole world of trouble. Are we going to see back-to-back Pizza Gun kills? No. Just going to get over in time.
Wait, what? TSG? Oh, they pulled up on the compound. They pulled up on the other side of the split. I called it on the map. It happened over towards, like, on the east side of the, yep, right here. They pulled up on the hillside trying to scout forward, and they end up getting lasered by Sparkle and Wicked as they drove past them. That's unfortunate. At least they do get themselves a free vehicle. They try to get to the compound. They wanted to maintain their split control. And that's the issue out here, right? Yes, you have a big area of terrain that you can loot in, but because of the quarry being the way it is, because of the swamp taking up quite a bit of space, and because there's being so much fields, there are only so many compounds that people deem, I would kind of say, worthy of looting. You don't want to spend time driving over to a 1 or 2 building compound, then to loot that and leave and move on, because it just takes too long. We want to go to an area of the map where we have more loot spots within the same nearby vicinity. You can get looted up faster and move quickly. So even though there's technically plenty of space out here on the southwest side of the map, when you have just 2 or 3 teams here, you go, they should be able to function next to each other. But because there are only so many compounds, as I said, kind of deemed worthy of looting in the early game, we see people stumble into each other more often than not.
Yeah, absolutely. And who needs to loot those compounds when you could just loot the dead bodies of the teams you kill along the way? Let's take a look at the replay here of Sparking and Wicked coming up over the top, and that's just I mean, that's easy. That's pretty easy for those two very talented players. And yeah, that's going to be TSG losing 2. And I just want to point this out. The last member of TSG is in a boat over on the west side. Kia Damwan trying to get through the containers, get across the bridge on the other side of it. Shoot to Kill is there watching it and going to put some damage into them as they go. Some pretty decent damage there done to Sungjong. They're going to have to settle up and heal for a second.
Yeah, they now managed to find themselves in between Fury, and we kind of we talked Fury yesterday and talked about how sometimes they seem a little too slow on their, not necessarily decision making, but committing to a decision. They can come up with the greatest plans. I don't know. I don't hear their comms, but it's usually when we see other teams instantly start the rotation when a new circle pops or something happens. Sometimes Fury they're a couple of seconds behind, which has lost them compounds before, which has lost them fights before, and now we see Raspo fortunately does make it around, but you can see instantly, I mean, we had, I believe it's Under, was already up on the hill when Raspo started trying to wrap around and getting over to his teammates. Had he been caught there in that rotation, that would have been one of those, oh, Raspo, just whenever you hear those vehicles, just go over there instantly. You know Raspo is safe. You know Kill Demo and the gang have Cube under control. Just go over there. No reason to sit around. No reason to wait for another second. Just get there instantly when you're on your own. Fortunately, he does get to wrap around Under and no damage is done.
Yeah, when you're this close to the center of the circle, in this format in particular, some of those splits that you might have been able to get away with during a typical super settings format might not be quite as effective. Detonation Gaming White heading north of the lake over by the Mini Yaz area. And there's nobody within a kilometer of them for now, so this is a safe rotation, at least for now. They can hang out here, get up to the edge of the hillside, look out over the plains in front of them, do your Simba impersonation, see what's going on, claim this territory is yours, etc., and then just move on from there.
TSM, they're coming up towards the center of the map. They're driving scary close to K7. We should, I would expect to see shots fired or maybe some knocks coming in real soon because they are terrifyingly close to one another. Right now, in the meantime, scouting its way further forward. Metapath, they have taken control of the hillside, or at least parts of it, in a three-way split, 2-1-1 with Sparking up on the hilltop and Wake out towards the west side, but they have Virtus Pro right next to them as well, and you can see everyone here, a quite big majority of teams. What do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams playing the south side right now of the river. The remaining 10 find themselves up towards the north. So more teams banking on the circle, going up towards that north side. We have seen it happening quite a few times, of course, so no, what do you call it? I'm not doubting their, or like second guessing their reason for going up there, but a south shift here would be pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm really curious about LG Divine's split. By the way, guys, if you want to take a look at the map, we highly recommend it. You watch it.
Yes,
it's a big part, I think, of helping out with the PUBG viewing experience. So PUBG Esports map on Twitch, twitch.tv/PUBG Esports map is where you can get that and see what the teams are all doing, what they're thinking, how they move, how they operate. And for Division X Gaming, they're the last ones, the only ones not in the circle other than Shandian, who's up in Zarki. But these guys are taking their time coming out of Ferry Pier.
And by the way, I mean, this might be a no-brainer to most, but for those of you guys going, oh, but guys, I don't have 2 monitors, I can't watch both streams at the same time, just open up both streams in separate windows, have them in the same like browser, and then just hold down control, and you can press 1 and 2 to swap back and forth between them. It's pretty straightforward. You can, whenever you've, like, in the early game, like now, you feel like, okay, there's no one shooting right now, hop over to the map, see what your team is doing, see how they're rotating, see where they're planning on going. And then when hell breaks loose, don't worry, we will make sure to let you know when hell breaks loose. You can hop back over to the other. It's pretty. It's a good way to understand the full thing and get south, guys. Move. Chaos comes now, guys. Chaos comes now. Rotate, because we're headed down towards the south.
Yeah, this one looks like it's going to be heading towards the school area, and you are going to see a lot of teams on the move. Division X completely does a 360 turning around to the other, or 180, not a 360, a 180 to the other direction. 360, they keep going the same way. 180 around the other side. Team TSM will come across the Bermuda Bridge here. Furia trailing, putting some shots into their backs, but So far, TSM looks like they're going to get away and get to the other side. Going to go towards that sunken city and rotate further in. Quite a bit of space up there because they're one of the first ones coming from the north to the south.
Let's see now, D8, full speed forward they go. TSM already made it across. Will they set up shop and wait for them on the other side? Oh, did he pop a tire? I think he did. Mert, you're in trouble. Keep driving, keep driving. It ain't easy, but it is possible. At least at a little slower speed. He's trying to catch up with Mithralius. I don't think Mithralius have any plans of stopping, at least not right now. Marco has made his way on over, smashes with him. Where are they planning on going, though? Liquid have taken the compound on the southwest side of school, and I think they are now realizing this. All the compounds are gone. Let's just sit tight. And just a quick info for the guys out there while the chaos is brewing. It's only phase 2. Phase 3 can still go north. We can have them rotate again. We can have them rotate again. JS, get away from here. Baseline are coming for you.
Yeah, Gustav just behind. Gets a pretty good angle. Almost gets the knock on the JN. Swaps back to the driver's seat and says, well, I tried, didn't quite get it. We got to be careful. There is some crossfires coming in from other members of LG Divine, like June, as you can see on your screen, had at least a decent angle. If FaZe continued to push over that hill, could have found themselves in a seriously dangerous spot. Now, we have Meta outside of VP's compound. VP here, they haven't fully kind of blocked this whole area off from Meta just yet, but not all the reinforcements are here for Meta. So for Meta, are they buying time? What's the plan here, I wonder, for them?
I wouldn't expect to see them try and pull up on this compound, especially with the amount of suppressive fire coming their way now. Now, the issue is, I was just going to say, STK is in a position from where they can pop their tires, and they might be in trouble here. Could quite easily be the case. We'll see. I mean, for now, they should be able to stay alive unless if Batulin goes for the aggressive nade play that we've seen him do before in this exact position. But new circle closing in, 45 seconds to go until we'll see it. We said 6 on the south side, 10 on the north side before. Now we have 4 on the north side, 12 on the south side. Okay, so I guess one more if you count Shantian, because he has found he's found a vehicle. He ran all the way from the car, and he's trying to get into the circle. Fair play on him. While the win might be far away, he's doing his best to try and get it.
Yeah, so another promo code coming up there on the left-hand side of your screen. Good damage into Spiral from Sparking. And so the reason I was kind of alluding at why I was maybe scratching my head a bit at Meta's decision here is where Silzen and Ragnar are is not a safe position yet. It is still dangerous because, like we saw, SDK is out there. So this dip, yes, you could take it if enough of the circle to your west is cut off and it is safe. But until that happens, this is a dangerous spot to be in. And you saw SDK peppered them, basically made that UAS worthless. They had to throw a ton of smokes, and now they're just kind of stuck there.
Yeah, they need somehow to Wicked and Sparking to come down and pick them up. We'll see if that's going to be possible or not. Or hopefully for them, we'll see Virtus.pro leave the compound early and try and get away. How many teams, I wonder, can we fit into apartments? I think we'll see maybe 2 or 3 try and go for it now. FaZe already here. I'm assuming we'll see the likes of maybe the Nation Gaming Wide try and go down here as well. Or else maybe Rosak will be the territory of claim for teams. We'll see. DA backs off as Virtus.pro comes in and says that day is ours. They will be able to sit tight here at least for now, but we'll have to wait and see next circle. Is it favoring Rosak, or are we jumping straight down towards School and Apps? We'll see in just about a minute's time.
Oh, that buggy is going really slow for Kale. That's not going to end well. Yeah, there you go. It's going to be Kale down and out. Doesn't matter who picks up that kill, as he is gone. You know, Damwon Keel went to the north, tried to come back down to the south. That's tough when you're coming that late across the bridge. SDK now going to slam on in here. There's 2 teams slamming into DA. SDK says, no, thank you. Sungjan gets Petrelius. Under, not able to get much before he goes to the other side. Here comes Indigo. Here comes Metalwall. It is absolute chaos. DA smashes SDK. SDK only has 1 left, and they're down. They're gone. Say hello to DA's entrenchment. Oh, a grenade from Senna. Oh. This is wild, Toby.
Chaos breaks loose. All of them, 1 Kia being thrown down as well. The Nation Gaming Wide are charming into this one too. I was just gonna say, how does DA stay alive? But they don't. A rainbow of team colors and fire is in this ball of death. And right now, the Nation Gaming White are trying to stay put with nades coming for them. Wow, what a cluster. We're in phase 3. We're only 15 minutes in, and we just got 2 teams wiped in an instant.
Well, you're seeing the desperation to make it to those weekly finals. Kia still under grenade pressure from a couple different teams, VP and Detonation Gaming White, but everybody wants to be in the center of the circle. Everybody wants to give themselves a good chance. They don't want to have to come out of Rozak. They don't want to have to come out of Schooler Apps. Those are very dangerous situations to be in. Your better option if you want to try to get that win, try to go for the center, and everyone had the same idea at about the same time. I actually think Detonation Gaming White, the move they made, is fantastic. They watched everybody slam in there, watched the kill feed just scroll probably faster than they could keep track of it, and they said, well, the heck, everybody else is going to be there. We might be the last ones in. Let's give it a go. Here comes some grenades. We're going to find Indigo. That's another knock onto him. Sungjong takes about half damage. Under almost gets knocked as well. There's another good one. The vehicle explodes. Down goes Dom Juan Kia. Detonation Gaming White doing a wonderful job with their throwables.
The vehicle killed Songyang. The vehicle flipped over as it exploded and took him out. I saw it being on fire. I was like, oh no, Sonya, you're gonna go down to that US, and he did. Wow, Detonation Gaming White, and the timing on that play too. They came all the way from the south side forest. They drove like in a half circle just to make sure that the fight was still at a climax by the time they got there. Now, K7, they have been up here for a while, and I'm pretty sure, as we're just gonna see here, that Detonation Gaming White knew about this, so they're already set up in a good position to try and hold them off. The only thing is, they can't really do anything about their presence here. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Division X Gaming trying to get a position down by a School, but School is already occupied. Long is here. Neil comes in as well. Tries to get into good position, try to play it safe and get his teammates back up alive. But you can see the guys from PXG are already in this position. But great nade. Oh my lord. First from Crazy, and Neil instantly flushed after by God V.
Yeah, those are well-timed, well-placed grenades from 4AM, and they want nothing to do with Division X being anywhere near the school. So they are getting in position to try to completely wipe them off the map. IQ 500, very weak. They do get the res here. Long K able to go over and get Fergus back up. Fergus and Long K throwing some throwables of their own, and now you're seeing Detonation Gaming White starting to fall a bit. Xiao Lu around the corner there, gets the knock out of Gustav. His face is cut across from the apartments to join the party.
No. I think Booyah, who just sent a vehicle into the dip and ran over 2 of the Detonation Gaming White players. I hope we get to see a replay of that. If that's the case, that was a 9 billion IQ play. 8 seat falls down as FaZe now approach on the school area as well. Circle still closing on, and you can see all the third-party action coming in from sides as well. Everyone trying to do damage here, and somehow 4AM still 3 alive, at least. I was going to say 4, but 4 does get taken down in the end of it. June somehow knocks himself with a vehicle explosion just to kind of heat the chaos. He felt like the explosions were happening at other sides of the map too much, so he wanted in on the action. Ends up taking himself down. That's a good nade on the feet of Lewis. No need, though. Sparking takes him out first, blows up the course, eliminates Divine, and makes some more space for him and himself and the meta gang on the south side. What a game.
4AM now. Yeah, a really good one. 4AM stuck inside of the swimming pool with the Freak of Freaks working their way down the hillside. And they're going to find some shots into FaZe's back, but the fence pretty high over on that part, so it's giving FaZe a decent amount of cover. And they have kind of found entry into the side hallways of the pool area. Here's the replay of this entire chaos. I mean, this is just absolute insanity. I mean, first, it's Dom Juan Kia, then SDK, and V8, to their credit, holds off SDK very well, and then there's just more. It just keeps coming. You can see Detonation Gaming White driving on in grenades from K7, and then here comes Detonation Gaming White. They just slam through, finish the job. Melifo, did he get run over there? Oh my God, Metrelius. Merrick got run over by that vehicle. I mean, just insane stuff happening. In meantime, 4AM, they've been beaten up, but so has FaZe.
Yep, FaZe tried to make a play on them. That replay worthy of seeing, of course. In the meantime, FaZe tried to make the push over towards 4AM. They lose 2 each, which for FaZe Land is going to be a little worse, because I believe they were only 3 alive at the start of that engagement. So we'll see now how things come to an end off of that one. They should be able to get the rests here. I believe all players will get back up and alive for real. Nate's thrown towards them as TSM make their presence known over the hilltop.
Oh, there's a good shot from Miraku. Gonna get killed, demo knocked all up to Raspu. Not able to hold it down, and it's going to be TSM picking up their 4th kill and finding a little bit of breathing room in front of them, but it is Detonation Gaming White squaring up with K7. Melifo, the only one left here for the Japanese squad in their first round in, trying to come up with a miracle. See if he could get this battle one. Buyu around the side, gonna throw one underneath. The vehicle blows up. That's gonna expose Melifo. Buyu was stunned there, so he wasn't able to get the trigger pulled down. Ibiza from afar gets another knock somewhere else. And this is looking a little bit interesting now. Can K7 get this done?
I mean, it's they I gotta give credits to the Nation Gaming Wide for staying alive for this long. K7, they've sent vehicles after them, they've done everything in their power to take them out, and while that's all happening, let's hop on over to the other side. Meta does get taken out in the meantime now. Spiro and Virtus Pro try to hold off this push from TSM. Barge fallen down already. In the end, K7 will find the end of the Nation Gaming Wide, so out they go in 9th place. Now over the top in the meantime, Miraku finds one, finds two, he roots him down. Patulans is as well, but Iroh's fallen too. Miraku is on its own. There is still 3 people that could get rest should this go his way, but he's in a 1v2 trying to hold off here as best as he can.
Yeah, he goes for the flush. I like that he waited for it, but it wasn't long enough. Spyro comes over the top at a good time, gets the finish, and TSM going to go out in 8th place. A nice try. It was on the edge of the circle. It's a difficult situation to be in. K7 manages to actually get that res after everything is said and done. And here we still have the battle between FaZe and 4AM. It hasn't finished. Afrika came down off the hill a bit, set up a vehicle barricade at the edge of the dirt road there. Tires and other things going to be shot up by Team Liquid's Ibiza. Try to keep them honest, and we've had so many people die already. It's not even phase 6 and only 22 people left, so I don't want to say it's going to be quiet, but it's not going to be what we saw here around phase 3 and 4.
And the issue is there's so much open terrain still, it really can't be utilized while school is still in, and that circle right there only makes things worse. By the way, can we name the dip that K7 is in just Graveyard? Because there isn't a proper Graveyard call out on this map, at least it's not as far as I know. I think we have the likes of 15 or 16 corpses in that bowl up there. I feel like that's a very, very fitting name for the slaughter that has taken place up there.
For this round, no doubt about it, that has been the place where probably a quarter of the lobby has died. So that vehicle eventually blows up, like what Liquid's doing, making Afrika exposed, kind of forcing some smokes out, forcing their position to not be what they want. And this is something I love to see teams adapt to with the changes with the vehicles, having the you know, you got to blow them up and explode them so they go to different spots. It forces teams to move, it forces them to use smokes and other things.
Now, Liquid and Virtus Pro, the only 2 teams currently outside the circle, having all of the Freaks cross over now and actually getting to stay alive. Tags are coming in finally, but Circle is also closing, and Liquid needs to go somewhere. They're going to full-on pull up on the Freaks. So what's going to happen here? Because if they try and play in close, fortunately for both Liquid and the Freaks, FaZe and 4AM are so busy with one another that they can't really be paying attention to this. Because if you can see a clip running in the open, there's no way that would have ever happened had one school been in control of the pool house. So we'll see now. Clip is within 8 distance, lops one forward. It is cooked. It is prime. Will it find its target? Yes, it will! Clip finds the double, and that should be a push coming in from Liquid. Finds the third as well.
That's huge. Oh my god, that's huge. Clip just dismantling Afrika Freaks here with those perfectly timed, perfectly low grenades. Gets underneath the car, gets the knock and the finish onto EJ. Akkad goes down as well. Extremely well handled here by Team Liquid, particularly Clip. Very well done.
That was a one-man mission. Mexi and James were getting to their vehicles. Clip just took it on his own shoulders. EB stayed in the house, being the oversight in case someone peeked the smoke on the right side. Such a heads-up play from that team. EB stays in the house, peeks the right side. That's because you can see that's why he's coming in late now on your minimap. He was holding the angle of Clip, trying to be the kind of over-the-shoulder guardian angel. But Clip said, you know what? I don't need this. I can do this on my own. Finds 3. They come over, finds the last, and they now take away their spot. In the meantime, Virtus Pro, they've made their presence known as well as they come into the pool house itself. Is there a rest possible there? I'm not sure. Now the nade is going to do the better of him. Spiro now left alone as FaZe again try and stay alive. That nade should be good. Yes, it is. Spiro falls. Virtus Pro out in 6. Just 5 teams left alive.
Well, that move that FaZe made, not too bad. They're still hanging on. They've kind of settled up with 4AM. They've found an armistice for now. No team has really been able to find that opening to try to wipe each other out to really establish firm control over that school just yet. And the circle continues to head over to the school. Wowzers, this is a nutty one. Phase 7, and still one more to go, and about a quarter of this is inside of the school fence line. So this is going to be a really fascinating finish onto this. For FaZe, nowhere to move just yet. Just got to make sure that no one else is able to push in. K7, that's going to be a little bit of an interesting one for them to kind of work with, because they have to come down up that hill.
Yeah, you say that, but I think they might actually be able to play up by that tree. And because no one, again, because 4AM can't really utilize the pool house itself, because they're forced to sit down here and hold off FaZe Clan, other than DXG, I don't think any team could really get proper eyes on them. The thing is, everyone can stalemate this circle out other than K7. So everyone's going to be waiting for K7 to make that move and then play accordingly. We'll see. We'll see. Division X, they're prone behind their vehicles. They clearly don't want a piece of the action whatsoever, but once they hear the vehicles, you'd have to think they have to peek.
Absolutely. You can see K7 trying to do as much as they can to Division X, soften them up for the push. Lock, Puyu, slam on into the side. Division X, the cars are set up in such a way that they're not going to be able to easily come around that corner. Lock going to try to take advantage of that with some grenades. Gets one. Looking for the second. It just is a bit too far there, I think, to get the knock. Oh, RQ500 takes a decent amount of damage from it. Here comes some more. K7 able to loot up all those dead bodies from the graveyard. And around the corner, Lock finds one, finds two. Great spray over the top of the hood of the car. Fergus trying to return fire, trying to see if he can get one, and no, it's going to be Lock getting it done, taking down Division X.
Triple kill for Lockslot, and why in the world did DXG allow them to crash like that? I am completely not like this mode right now. They had there was no one covering them. They know FaZe and 4AM are fighting on the inside. Peek from your vehicles when you see them drive forward. Take them down. Don't allow them to get on your wall and nade you and take you out. But Lockslot, I mean, after that, 1v3, nice angles, nice peaks, great play, but they should just never have had it that easy.
No, it's just really nicely done there by Lock, and again, all that utility that K7's able to bank up off of the destruction and devastation that happened beneath them, really paying off there. Phase 8 going to be really fascinating. Is it going to end up outside of the school? That's where it's likely to go. And no, we just center right up. This is nuts. This is literally, the middle of this is right outside of the corner here, outside of the fence that FaZe is right along.
Let's see now. They're still playing time again with survival, or weekly survival. FaZe have clearly just put the foot on the brake big time as much as they can. No reason to go out and chase kills. Just sit tight, keep all four alive, and wait for that final circle, which they now know will end pretty much right outside the wall.
Yeah, no, it looks like, if my eyes don't deceive me, it should be right outside of it, maybe right along that hill edge there. So for Liquid, a little bit tough. Maybe it's time to just get up to the front of that fence line. Just try to keep the teams kind of on your left or right as they come out. Just keep them barricaded in. I think that might be the only play that Liquid has. There isn't a whole lot else they could do. Maybe try to get along the other side of this hill to the right of K7 here. Other than that, I think that's about all they got. Yeah, this is the right play, I think.
Yep, Liquid knows that no one plays above, peeking down, so they're going to try and get up close to the wall, maybe try and force the nades over if they still have any. I'm not sure if they used all their utility trying to deal with the Freak of Freaks earlier, but as you can see here, they know they have them close. There's only one entrance, and we know the circle is going to end outside the schoolyard, so stay on the outside of the wall, don't push in, just wait them out, maybe throw smokes on the entrance itself, forcing or preventing any vision for the FaZe Clan players.
Yeah, absolutely. That's really well done here by Liquid, giving themselves at least an opportunity. 4AM, only two left. Xiaolu, crazy, just watching, holding angles on the inside, seeing if they can maybe wait this out, let the other teams do some damage to each other, and then make their push. Fuzz throws a smoke at the exit of the fence line. Going to try to push up through there, see if he can maybe sneak his way through. Abiza on the outside. Great spread here for Team Liquid. James going to be playing anchor on the southwest corner. K7 still has a great shot at this, actually, Toby. Groza, some other good guns to come in. That grenade, not going to find much luck. That one finds a decent amount of Mexi there as FaZe probably, I would imagine, getting a little low on the old utility. Maybe they have a lot of smokes because they haven't had to use them, but frags and other things are probably going to be pretty low. That being said, Uba looks like he has one ready potentially and a molly in his hand.
Yep, Molly's being thrown, money's being leapt forward on both sides here. Mexi did get to spread out and back off though. Clip in the meantime, he's been caught in the middle of all of it. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get the first hit up. We'll see now. Does it take him down? No. Stays alive. That's a nade. Oh, over the top it goes and Clip falls down. Now the issue for FaZe is as much as they want to focus on Liquid on this side, seems to me like K7's opted to push forward as well. Vehicle is going to explode in just a short moment. No casualties with it though, at least not for now. No. Vehicle not flipping all the way over towards first base. Will be able to stay alive at least through this first engagement. Only 4 teams alive. FaZe the only team with 4 players alive. Should Liquid not be able to pick back up Clip.
Well, Jeeves, it's up to him. See what he can do to soften K7 up for this, but a good grenade gets a bunch of damage into him. Lockslock gonna go right over to the molly. Let fly, see if he can get anything into it, but it's Xiao Lu from the diving board. Gonna come up and over and knock Lockslock. That's gonna give Jeems a little bit of breathing room. He has enough time to get the first aid off, get some heals going. Lockslock now gonna be attempted to be rezzed by Savior. Don't forget that Groza still in the hands of Savior. That could turn it around. Mexi finds Fuzzface. That's 1 down for FaZe coming in to this wild finish here in game number 2.
Again, the game will end on the outside of the wall, and right now K7 and Liquid are the ones on the outside. 4 AM looking to maybe jump over. I'm not sure what the plan is from inside the pool house. They've given up on taking the fight to FaZe, and now they do jump down. Lou will be the first one found. Crazy from above trying to make a play, but he's also kind of caught up here. Uber falls down. First falls down as well. Uber will get flushed with the vehicle explosion. Both Mexi and... Oh, are they trying to go for the rest here? They might be able to do it. Nope, not going to happen. They don't commit to it. K7 in the meantime holding off here. They were the victor of the ball play up in the north side a little earlier, and they're still up with 3 alive. What's the one? It does see him. Mexi finds one. Looks like goes down. Booyah, who falls down as well. Mexi trying to crawl further forward, but Savior is there to take him down.
All right, Ibiza gonna find one. It's up to him for Team Liquid now. There's still AT behind the wall. He's jumping up and over, and Ibiza catches him in the air. It's gonna be Team Liquid able to hold on. What a game from them. 14 kills in the win.
What a game. You can see the smiles on their faces. That is one of the more hectic games. Mexi clapping his hands. Fist bumps being thrown across from all the players. They enjoyed that win. Sometimes you get all the circles going your way. You can sit tight and you get a free beat, but you can see the exhaustion on these guys. That was a tough one. That was a nail biter all the way to the end. I'm loving the fact that Evie tried to flank underneath, made the play in the end of it to stay alive and get the double there. Such smart plays coming in the end of it to stay put, wrap it up, and once again, for FaZe Clan. They've been close so many times. 4th place, 3rd place, 3rd place, 5th place, 4th place, and now a 2nd place as well. Such a tough break for them. But for Liquid, good game, solid performance. They make their way through. A lot of it came from the Clip push early on towards a Freak of Freaks. Just overall, incredibly good game.
Yeah, I mean, that really opened up so much space for Team Liquid, and then they make a good timed push to the fence line to hold it down, recognizing where the middle of that final circle was going to be. It's extremely well done front to back there for Team Liquid. Love what I see from them. I got to give FaZe a lot of credit. They did a great job getting into 4 AM, getting some, getting 1 or 2, I think just 1 kill onto 4 AM, but regardless, they kept them kind of at bay. They were able to hold down that fence line and put themselves in a really good chance, but when that circle's outside of that fence, it's nearly impossible. That fence is so high, it's actually above the smoke. If you try to vault over it, you're just going to get shot. That's just all there is to it. So you only have basically one way in or out there.
I love what 4AM tried to do. Like, they tried to vault up, maybe be able to stand on the window frame, but I just think you can't get up there without vaulting. And when you vault up, because it's so small, you have to vault out as well, and they couldn't make it all the way across. I think if they could have, they would have wanted to try and jump out and jump across the whole thing, but unfortunately for them, the piranha was in the sea below, and that was in the shape of a FaZe Clan player, preventing them from being able to do that. But I am really excited to hear what Liquid has to say for that one, because that was a nail biter, as I said, all the way from the start to finish.
Yeah, that was a great one. I really enjoyed that game. I mean, that push into that dip outside of Razak was just absolute insanity, and poor DA takes it first, and sometimes that happens. If you're the first one to take a priority dip in the middle of a circle around phase 3 or phase 4, a lot of other teams might have the same idea. And in this case, it was about 4 or 5 other teams that actually ended up thinking along the same lines, and it was Detonation Gaming White, the last ones to go into the dip, but K7 stood up on top of that hill. We got to give K7 a lot of credit, playing a great round there, being the last ones to come through, and then making a good move onto Division X to at least give themselves a chance at the end.
Oh yeah, they played it incredibly well. They took control of the hill. They never overcommitted until the very end. I still would love to see a replay of if it was them actually sending a vehicle down the hill to get the touch some players. But we'll get to that later on, hopefully. We'll see. Now let's hop on over to Liquid and see what they have to see after that quick win there.
4주차 13번째 매치에서 승리를 거둔 팀은 바로 팀 리퀴드였습니다. 지금부터 인터뷰 바로 시작할게요. Hi, James.
Hello.
정말 너무너무 잘했습니다. 특히 저는 마지막 교전에서 담벼락을 사이에 두고 페이즈 클랜을 공략하면서 또 K7을 막아내는 교전. 그 당시에 좀 어떤 판단이 오갔는지 여쭤볼게요.
The last battle was rough. You guys were up in the walls facing K7 and FaZe Clan at the same time. What kind of conversation did you guys have?
We discussed in the last 2 circles how we're going to play this game. We got 3 guys on the wall and I played in the back. And after that, it's just you just play the game. There's not much more to be said after that.
마지막에 자기장이 나온 이후에 3명이 벽 쪽에 붙고 내가 뒤쪽에서 서포트를 해주겠다라고 얘기를 했고 그 이후에는 전부 다 그냥 게임에만 집중해서 플레이를 하도록 하였습니다.
정말 영리한 플레이를 보여주셨던 교과서적인 모습이었던 것 같아요. 사실 팀 리퀴드도 파이널엔 항상 진출하는 팀인데 언제나 서바이벌에서 좀 일찍 진출을 하다가 이번에는 좀 마지막 날 힘겹게 진출하는 모습을 보이기도 했는데요. 어떠세요? 이렇게 3일 다 참여하니까 좀 힘들진 않으신가요?
You guys always made it to the final on the very first day, but this week you guys made it on the last day. How do you feel about that?
It feels even better than making it early. It's been a struggle for 13 games. It's not easy to close out a game in this format, but we finally did it.
첫 번째로 확실히 하는 것이 편하긴 하지만은 13번째 게임까지 하느라 정말 힘들었습니다. 하지만 우리가 이렇게 성공했고 지금은 기분이 좋습니다.
네, 정말 고생 많았어요. 파이널에서의 성적도 정말 좋은 팀 리퀴드인데 5위, 7위, 8위라는 기록이 있어요. 그런데 사실 첫날 보면 1등을 항상 했던 팀 리퀴드였거든요. 이번에는 좀 1등 자신 있으신지 궁금합니다.
You guys always made it on the top on the first day, but didn't maintain the position unfortunately. What is your mindset going into this new weekly final?
We've just been talking about the problems we're facing, trying to fix them, and we're just working on them. So I think we feel better than ever right now, and we're ready to close out week 4, 5, and 6.
그 전에 만들었던 실수들이나 오류들에 대해서 얘기를 많이 나누었고 그거를 고치려고 합니다. 그래서 나머지 남은 4주, 5주, 6주에서는 더 멋있는 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
네, 인터뷰 감사합니다. Thank you, James.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 13번째 매치에서 파이널로 가게 된 팀 리퀴드 선수들 만나봤습니다.
Damn it! It wasn't me. Nothing happened. Team Liquid flows into pole position here and gets themselves a spot in the weekly final. Only 3 more spots remain. Nothing happened. We have got Hypoc as well as Clover here to talk about that game. And damn, did Team Liquid make this look good. Hypoc, they were in a brilliant position to close out this game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, lots of chaos early on here. Again, some funky shifts back and forth, but Liquid securing that position over to the southwest of the school area. And I love the push. I know we talked about this as well, that their switch up of the pace on that fight with Africa Freaks, as soon as they threw down those defensive smokes, you absolutely nailed it, James. It gave Liquid a window of opportunity. And actually, the discipline demonstrated there with that push-up to go up and capitalize on Africa Freaks, kind of reverting to that defensive utility usage was fantastic. And ultimately, that puts them in the game-winning spot, right?
Yeah, that allows them to then move up on that school position, Clover, and they round it out from there.
Yeah, and I mean, God, we talk about that nade. It was so good. All the skills. This should have been a full squad wipe, and James needed to kind of help out a little bit there. But Clib has had a great week from. I know Team Liquid's had some not so great games, but when we look at the performance of them as a team, Clib's usually the last one up alive for the squad. He's still looking for those opportunities to frag out, and I think that kind of confidence in his own style of play really helped out Team Liquid here. But I do want to give a shout out to K7 because I think this is a team that we sometimes don't expect much of. You know, they're one that we consider to be a little more passive here. They had a high scoring game. They played well. You know, all that clustering that we saw happen up at Razak earlier got them a decent position out here. In School, there was a moment where I thought K7 could have potentially won it, and that style of play is what we want to see from them too.
And there you go. Team Liquid makes it. Ibby at the end firing on all cylinders, and you could see the happiness in his face there towards the end. That wraparound, actually, I was surprised by that wraparound, Hypoc. The angle that Ibby was able to get, I think it caused a little bit of chaos amongst the ranks of K7 and FaZe.
No, it was. I mean, there was a couple of plays there from Liquid. They're absolute textbook. I mean, James playing anchor on the first pull up onto the School wall, and again that staggered pull up. The first vehicle hits. I think it was Ibby in the second vehicle that hits. That entire time, James is back pressuring there, and then again later on from that, James pulls up in a position away from the wall. 3 members there, obviously holding FaZe in check, keeping them contained inside that wall. And James once again playing an anchor position out there, keeping K7 honest, making sure 4AM can't pull any funky play out the window, which they ended up trying to do anyway. But no, some really, really structured plays coming out from Liquid there. So well-earned victory.
Yeah, definitely. So FaZe caught between 4 angry men and a hard place here, Clover, and it was. I think Hypoc was breaking it down when we were talking about it, which is like if you don't stop the pull-up from happening, there's almost no way you can deal with Liquid in that position.
I mean, they were essentially trapped, like Hypoc said. Ibby had that position right there at the open gate, which was one of the better places that they could have played from. But immediately, Ibby took out Fuzzface, and that gave him a whole lot more room to work with. And then at that point, you have the rest of the teams who've kind of cascaded in from the north. And Lou with that diving board position, right? You're kind of stuck in that small corner. And I think anytime we saw FaZe try to get out of it, I mean, they did get that Molly nade combo knock onto Clib. But then after that, really quickly we saw Liquid recover again. So it wasn't really much that FaZe could do.
I will say, I mean, we've already given props to K7, but more props for K7 in terms of how they were able to survive that kind of south of Rozhok hill carnage that was going on, Hypoc. There was a lot of teams in there killing off one another. K7 came out on top.
Right, I think this is why we see this representing the top 5 damage, right? It was incredibly active for some of these teams through the mid game, lots of pressure being set. And again, like I said, that one circle shift once again that kind of dictated how that game was going to end up, and there was always going to be one team that kind of comes through the remnants of whatever happened over on the water tower here, and in this instance it was K7.
Yeah, and they've survived on. It's just a shame they can't round things up. I mean, I guess when you get caught on that side of the wall and have to come down all the way, there was a lot of cars for cover, blown up cars, etc., but not enough to be able to round out the game. Well, thank you very much, guys. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, only 3 more spots remain. You've got to win it out. You've got to get that chicken dinner. Join us after this to find out who makes it.
Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let me guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Southwest Z0. Get the shots back over towards him, right?
Hello, PUBG esports fans. One of the big differences with PGI.S is that instead of receiving prize money based on your final rank is determined by how much prize money you've won. We're awarding prize money every week, and the team who has collected the most at the end will be crowned our PGI.S champion. Here's how it breaks down. The first 8 teams to win a weekly survival match each week take home an automatic cash prize, earning more the sooner they win. From there, the winners of the weekly finals tournament get an even bigger cash prize. The first place prize being $25,000 on week 1, and growing to an astounding $500,000 by week 6, giving teams lots of opportunity to catch up and claim the title. Winning isn't the only way teams are earning cash though. 30% of the total profit made from PGI.S item sales goes back to participating teams. This money will be distributed based on the percentage of money each team won in the tournament, with bigger rewards for the higher performing teams. So, not only do you get cool skins and voting coupons to earn even more cool skins, but you're also helping your favorite teams bring home more well-deserved prize money. So be sure to tune in, pick your winners, and cheer on your favorite teams across 8 weeks of intense PUBG action.
สวัสดีครับผมชื่อแฟดจากเดเทดครับ
สวัสดีครับชื่อปู่ชิวครับจากทีมเดเทดครับ
He's gonna fall. It's gonna be Day Trade that's gonna get the last win of the day, and they are able.
Okay, military, potential military.
Ready for the next circle, and oh my word.
ก็คิดว่าเป็นเกมที่ยากครับแล้วก็จริงๆไม่คิดว่าพวกเราจะเข้ามาลึกได้ขนาดนี้แต่ด้วยอะไรหลายๆอย่างทำให้ทุกอย่างมันเป็นใจครับ
Endurance is going to finally finish off Africa Freaks, and Day Trade eventually committed to the fight.
คือตอนแรกรู้อยู่แล้วว่ายังมีแอฟริกาเหลืออยู่ครับก็เลยพยายามเคลียร์แต่จริงๆตัวที่หนูลินขับรถไปทีมคือเป็นตัวที่เราทุกคนเห็นอยู่แล้วว่ามันมีคนนึงเล่นอยู่ตรงนั้นแต่เรายังหาที่เหลือไม่เจอเราก็เลยส่งคนที่ขับรถไปเคลียร์ตัวนั้นเพื่อให้จำนวนที่เหลือของทีมแอฟริกาแล้วก็ที่เหลือก็ยิงหลังให้ครับยิงหลังตัวที่เหลือของทีมแอฟริกาแล้วก็ทำให้แอฟริกาหมดทีมครับ
Southeast, so very well played by Snakers to keep the team alive and who knows, maybe get them into
นาวีเนี่ยเห็นตั้งนานแล้วครับแต่มันมีช่วงหนึ่งที่แบบไม่ได้ดูนานเลยแบบคิดว่าเป็นตี้กับ AF
เพราะว่าหน้าที่ในการเช็คหลังของฝั่งนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นคนนี้ ก็จริงๆ จริงๆเราทราบอยู่แล้วว่านาวีVP โวตาโตเขาพยายามที่จะมาเคลียร์เรา แล้วก็เราได้ยินเสียงพอจังหวะที่เขาขึ้นมาทางแฟลตเปิดเสียงทำให้โวตาโตหันไปทางแฟลตซะส่วนใหญ่ครับแล้วก็กลายเป็นว่าจังหวะของวาโนติก้าขึ้นมาแล้วเห็นได้ยิงฟรีก็เลยเปิดได้ก่อนครับแล้วทำให้จังหวะของทีมโวตาโตอ่ะแบบอารมณ์มันเหมือนจะแกว่งไปแกว่งมาคือมองทางนี้ทีมองทางนี้ทีมันเป็นจังหวะดีของทีมเราด้วยครับแล้วก็ทำให้เราเทรดได้เราเปิดได้เราเลยได้เปรียบครับแล้วเราก็เทรดกันได้ทำให้เราชนะครับ
Gustav on the backside going to be trying to cover his teammates keep them keep Puchils and Nurins from coming around the side
เราจริงๆเรารู้อยู่แล้วว่ามีเฟสอยู่คนหนึ่งที่เขาแยกเล่นอยู่ตรงหินจริงเราพยายามที่จะปิดที่จะฆ่าตัวนั้นให้ตายแล้วก็ถ้าเราฆ่าตัวนั้นตายเราก็จะเล่นได้ครับแต่พอเขามีออปชันในการเล่นเยอะทำให้แบบฆ่าเขายากมากแล้วก็พอผมก็เลยฉีกลงข้างล่างเพื่อไปหาอีก2ตัวแล้วก็มุมที่ผมเห็นคือเห็นเขาโล่งครับก็เลยเปิดเขาได้ก่อน
ก็จะเล่นเหมือนเดิมแหละแต่พยายามทำให้มันดีที่สุดเท่าที่ทำได้ก็พยายามเก็บความผิดพลาดที่ผ่านมาแล้วก็ทำให้มันดีขึ้นฝากเชียร์ Dated Gaming ด้วยนะครับแล้วก็โหวต Dated Gaming เยอะๆนะครับเราจะทำให้ได้ท็อป 4ให้ได้
And welcome back, everybody, to PGI.S. 2 games in the books, 3 more to go here. What 3 teams are going to be the last 3 to make it into the weekly finals? Paper Thin here, and Toby joining me for the entire week. This has been a great one so far. Some really good games to start the day off today, Toby.
Oh yeah, it's been absolutely chaos from from the very start. On Miramar, forced teams into the open very early on, and on Erangel we essentially did the exact same thing, taking full advantage of the field on the west side of school, and just chaos, just the way we like it, right, baby?
Oh God, yes. That is what I live for. I live for the chaos in PUBG. That's when things get fun. That's when things get good. And looking forward to 3 more games. FaZe, like you talked about, you kind of touched on it there at the end. They've been so close so many times this week. Can they finally punch through?
I don't think it's a matter of can they, because I mean, the amount of endgame presence they've had over the course of the games they've played so far is wild. They've had so many top 5 placements. Sometimes the stars just have to align in order for you to be able to clutch out the win, and I think in many of the situations, FaZe have been the team that has had either the had to move first or be the team that's been collapsed on by other teams. I still think their best winning chance was the game against Daytrade. We just saw Daytrade in the interview before, talking about kind of breaking that game down for us. Nice breakdown, by the way. I think that was the best chance they've had to bring home a win so far. So one that they, I'm sure, are frustrated not bringing home. But I also know that FaZe are a team that can reset in these situations, and regardless of getting a lot of late game placements, they're still going to be able to go out and do the very best in these games to come.
Absolutely, the plane path, you can see it here, not ideal for Miramar, a little bit western shifted, so trying to get over to those eastern side one's going to be a little bit challenging for the teams that like to go over into that area. You're a Freak of Freaks, your Dom1 Kias, your TSGs, in particular ones that I think of. So you can see already TSG out of the plane early, trying to kind of recuperate a little bit from this plane path, trying to adjust. As you'll see them do, they like to go to the southwest side of Los Leones when they can't get to their normal home of El Azhar.
Yeah, we'll see if anything else happened in terms of change of change of scenery for some of these teams. As you said, down one out early towards the west with TSM as well. No one up into far out to go far out towards the east. The Nation Gaming White, they will get all of those Jonas themselves. Oath are through, T1 are through. Plenty of space on that southeast side for them to get looted up. And now GEX. Okay, so with Liquid out last game, we get a new contender. In they come, and instantly hopping down towards Picado to take away that city from anyone else trying to go for it.
Yeah, wow. GEX is being pretty aggressive there with their loot spots. And Damwon Kia, they've been going west on the times they can't get over the east, more towards the southwest, towards Vitamar. And okay. Oh, that circle is actually horrible. Can we find... well, it's not that bad. Honestly, actually, it's not that bad. But it's not the best circle. It's got quite a bit of water in it, but it's not... It probably won't go to that island. And there's a lot of playable terrain in the southern part of Miramar.
And that's the thing. You and I have had the discussion before, and the south side, while there aren't that many compounds, a lot of the open terrain, as opposed to the further north we go, where we have these big, just barren lands, down on the south side, even if you are forced to go out and play in the open, more often than not, unless if you're prone in the middle of a field, of course, you can actually find some decent cover in the open. There's it's pretty well hilled, and also with the grass being taller, it's just harder to get those peaks on over if you're playing against a team on the other side of any one hill. So easier to find cover in the open on the south side, I would say, for the most part. Which, as you said, does make this circle a little easier to play, but still a lot of land not really being up for grabs here.
Yeah, absolutely. It is still quite a bit of water, almost half. If that is definitely going to be water. So how are teams going to attack this? How are teams going to approach this? K7 going to be settling up in San Martin. STK went west of El Pozo. They've been kind of avoiding the San Martin area, particularly when K7 is here. And again, Gunnar has talked about in some of the interviews I've seen with him that they'll just drop wherever somebody else isn't. They just aren't interested in any of the the kind of posturing for drop locations or anything like that. They'll just go somewhere else. They're not super afraid of it hurting their ability to do things. So for K7, that's going to be where they go. And yeah, everything else pretty normal on my screen as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean the only red flag, I guess you can say, in terms of violence and chaos to come is when we look at it right now. A lot, if not almost all, the teams that aren't already inside the circle are on the northwest side. That's not necessarily meaning that all teams will be rotating in from the northwest, but a lot of the teams are way up here, and that could easily spell trouble for teams trying to rotate in. If any one team opts to sit on the edge, that could just become a blockade for a lot more teams to come. The Freaks haven't even started looted yet, and we're 4 minutes into the game. They go, you know what? We don't really need guns. We can just rotate down towards the south, find a compound. We know no one's down there, because when they jumped out, I mean, they've been looking at who jumped out of the plane, and there were only so many teams. So go down south, get looted up, take Porto Paraíso. There's no one down there, you know that for sure, and have a go at it.
Yeah, for Afrika, I think this is a pretty good move for them. Put themselves in a decent position early on to at least have some kind of territory. And yeah, get the loot. They don't need to go all the way up to La Bendita. Why, when there's no one else over there? D8 making an early exit out of their loot spot, heading in towards the center of the circle. And a few shots taken their way, but not much happening with that. And poor DA, they went into that spot first, and that turned out to be the desired location of a lot of other teams, and that could happen sometimes. They were able to hold off, one, maybe 1.5 if you consider Damwon Kia's cross to the other side of that dip, a team, but for the most, but it doesn't matter how good you are. Eventually, any team that's in a position like that's just going to fall.
And it's interesting, right? Because we've been complimenting, especially lately, DA for not going for those super priority areas of the map, but taking the, I guess you could say, second best thing and then playing out of there extremely well. But because the circle the way it was, I mean, that dip you would never consider, oh my god, this is a perfect position to play from. But because of the dip being in the circle that it was in, and there really wasn't a whole lot else you could play, that just became one of those, well, I guess that's all we have left, so many teams bumped in that direction. Then you just know if there's X amount of teams, or if there's enough teams, I should say, that don't have anywhere to go, and they see an opportunity to get a third party engagement going their way, they'll try and pounce on it. And unfortunately for DA, a lot of teams did.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of DA doing. I don't mind the move. The problem is that 5 other teams had the same idea. So it is what it is. I think that I don't question the move personally. I think it's fine. I think it's just, I don't want to say bad luck, but that spot is going to be hotly contested. Iro has a car 98 and he sees STK switching vehicles. Maybe can he do this? Can he find this knock? He's gonna lead it. First shot, not gonna connect. So just switching right over to the AK, lets a few shots fly. Wookie Bookie's up there as well. What is this? Wait, what world is this where Wookie Bookie doesn't have the bolt and Iro does? I feel like they might swap that out here once we get a little bit further into the round, but they're gonna continue to put pressure into SDK, and for SDK, that's going to send them all the way over towards that western cliff face.
And the most frustrating aspect of this is going to be that Alo and Purdy Curdy are still way behind. Like, they're rotating down early, the 2 players, Luke and Penta, to get into position in the early aspects of the game. In the meantime, 8C clearly in trouble here as this vehicle is getting popped by Virtus Pro. But they're still miles behind, so for them to rotate down in the same direction now is going to be a little dangerous. It's one of those, because they don't, obviously, since no knock came in, they don't necessarily know for a fact that it's TSM. So is this team still gonna be sitting around here? Are we safe to make the same rotation? Did they leave yet? I mean, it's time you didn't want to have to spend when you were already doing that wide rotation, because it's gonna take them a lot of time to even get down there. And if they have to play it even more cautious because of the fear that a team is still around, that's just gonna make things even worse.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're watching, everybody. Still some late trailers coming through. 4 a.m., LG Divine, like you mentioned, SDK, Purdy Curdy, Alo, even further behind the other 2. So for them, it's going to be an interesting one to see where everybody wants to go. But this one could just shift right up right away, cut out a lot of that water. We'll see how much water, Circle 2. I say that, you never know. With those crates out there in the water, Toby, aren't those the indicators of where the next circle's going to go?
You read my mind. If we ask Frost, he's going to say that this circle is going to go out to the island, because that's where all the crates are. And of course, just like with the rainbow and the pot of gold, it's gotta be right. 3 crates down towards the southwest island, and with our circle luck combined in terms of chaotic endings, paper, I do not see how this circle could not go down to that southwest island.
Well, I've gotten one to go down there. I've been able to use my powers to shift one down that way, but that is it. That is it so far in my casting career. But maybe we can get that for you, chat. We'll see. We'll try. Toby and I, we love the crazy ones, as do a lot of us casters. The players, of course, not looking for that. It's highly unlikely, but you never know. A VP, after kind of doing a little bit of damage to FaZe, slowed them up, and that's going to put Gustav in a weird position, in an awkward position, and him and Savior trade some damage between each other, but Gustav is able to get out of the church for now.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see we didn't really get to catch it on camera, but surprised to see 8C getting out alive as well. I think it's Virtus Pro maybe realizing that they didn't want to spend the time and bullets for that sake trying to pin down 8C on the Mirado, but it did manage to get away from there alive. So FaZe Clan still 4 alive, and with 4 vehicles too. Despite 1 vehicle getting popped, they must have found another, and they can now rotate their way further forward. 30 seconds to go until we know whether this will be absolute and utter chaos, or if it's going to be, well, I would say difficult for some, because right now a lot of teams are playing the center on this south side of Los Leones. So if the circle goes towards the north, in pretty much any direction, a lot of teams will have to make the rotation south to north.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here TSM out in the blue a bit. SDK as well is actually going down to Los Egos itself. FaZe to circle. Come on. It goes south. But that's pretty much going to end our hopes of having the island in there. It really can't do it from there, just the way that the circles like to work. Damwon Kia starts making their way up a bit further north. They were at the crossroad at the other side of the bridge. Furia going to be up above them in that warehouse, and that is a... so I don't know, this warehouse right here is super popular in circles like this. It is a really defendable position.
It is, that's exactly the thing. You can spread out easily. You're not pinned in the same way that other compounds force you to be. You can see, for example, where Face are right now. There's a lot of open field on all sides, making it difficult to leave if you don't have vehicles. The warehouse down here, you have a little more space to roam around. Now, Virtus Pro, they're wrapping up towards the north, and this is really the issue, right? Because we're playing the format the way that we are with the survival week, no one's wanting to take those unnecessary early engagements, meaning that for the most part, more teams make their way into the mid and late game. Let's see Sinan here. Here's Ice on Virtus Pro. At least he will shoot a peek over, but I'm pretty sure they spotted him as well. As I say that, no, they did not. Sinan, though, oh, you would have wanted to get that knock. You would have really wanted to get that knock instantly. Unfortunately, not quite the case, and I think Boyoho will have to dip on this. Realize there's an entire team down here. Yep, no way in hell. Sinan is getting back up alive. But to finish my point from before, well, that's an interesting sparking. We're allowing many more teams to come into the mid game, and it just makes it so much more difficult to find a place to play from. Because normally, where you drive past a team where there's 1 or 2 players in a dip because they were fighting early, now there might be 4 players in that dip, and there's just so much more collateral damage in that sense coming across the board for all teams trying to find places in the mid game.
Yeah, and K7 trying to find their place right now, and Zenon does end up getting finished, and that was, he comes up over the side. He really would have liked to have had that first knock, and GEX did knock one of their own members with the vehicle, oopsie, but they're able to get the res, no problemo, and now they see their Chinese Taipei friends across the other side. It's actually going to be Shandian getting the knock into Savior, and everybody is maneuvering their way through towards the center of this circle. Still TSM outside of it. SDK is set up on the island, and there you go. Well, Peng trying to see if he could find some pixel to see through those trees.
Well, we talked about FaZe and how they've consistently been able to make top and not get the wins. And one thought that still kind of looms in the back of my head is TSG. They started out this week, while you guys of course get your promo code on the left side of the screen. TSG started out this week with a 16 kill second place and a 17 kill second place. And while they've been able to get back to late game quite a few times, we haven't seen kills. We haven't seen just the same dominance been asserted. We've only had 1 top 3 finish since the first 2 games. And we haven't really seen kills in any of the games to an extent where we go, oh, that was a pretty good kill game for them. It's only been 5 or lower. So I don't know what happened in those first 2 games, but they've just fallen off ever since.
Yep, absolutely. Oh boy. Damwon Kia is just under fire from a lot of different angles, and I don't think they were expecting someone to still be on the island where SDK is hanging out, and then Furia finds just enough to get the knock onto under there as well. And oh my word, that is really, really down there. Really down there. Now, that circle has to cut away from water, but goodness me, Toby, this is a brutal one.
We might not be getting the island ending, but the game did everything it could to try and at least get us in that direction. I respect the effort, game, for sending us down there. Now, of course, as you said, we are shifting away, so SDK, they're going to do their best to cross over as fast as they can. Meta are on the other side. You see the cross coming in here. Silson, ready for it. We do have one up close. That's Ragnar. He's going to peek on over the top. Shots fired, but nothing connected. And for SDK, well, they live to see another day, and they'll make their way into what I would assume will be the next circle.
Yeah, it's not too bad there for SGK, finding a decent timing, just a little bit out of meta there, as Ragnar hanging out on the other side of the bridge. There's a little ramp kind of leading down off of the bridge exit on both sides, little dirt ramps around it, and you can kind of work around those. So Ragnar's chilling. Furia still hasn't had to move. Now, there could be a couple teams that try to push through this direction, and there is the ability to kind of nestle up to the west side of that warehouse. So it can get a little tricky as time goes on, especially when you have to rotate away from it. But for Furia, they do have at least a little bit of priority on that space, and TSM is about to maybe cross paths with LG Divine here. They are looking very similar in how they're kind of moving right now.
Yep, trying to drive side by side. We know that's normally not something teams do gladly. The Lewis have to prone down, and oh, actually from afar, damage comes in. Iros going bump with the vehicle, might almost fly over the head of his teammate there too, and you can see Jan Lee from a distance. Nice knock there. Lewis thought he was safe in that little ball, but not quite so. For Ria, they have a player knocked as well, and I think TSM are trying to pounce on that.
Yeah, I think you're right. And here they go. TSM has slammed into Furia. Rusty Zera not really in a position to help Kill Demo. Kill Demo is looking for the res, but there is not much to be had. Kill Demo has to let it go. He's going to trade out, get traded pretty quickly himself. Miraku does get knocked by Kill Demo, but Furia quickly is almost out of this round. Rusty Zera going to throw in that grenade. It bounces pretty good. Could catch some decent damage into Iroh. Gets it for about 24. Now he gets around the corner. Rusty's got to be faster. You can't be standing out in the open trying to switch to a grenade. You got to be doing it behind cover and then peeking out and throwing it.
It's so important for TSM to get rid of Rusty, get the reset, get them wiped out, and then focus on the team that just pulled up on the other side of the compound of you. They know they're here, they heard the vehicles, Divine have made their presence known. They really just need to get rid of Rusty. It's so annoying having that thought in the heel, or just like as a ruck in your shoe. You're trying to make the walk forward, but it's just so annoying to have that extra player in your compound you constantly have to worry about. New circle's going to pop. We're expecting the northeast shift. Let's see if it's going to happen. Yes, it does go exactly where we expect it to as the fights continue.
Yep, has to go away from water into phase 4. Great grenade from Silzen. Gonna find a whole bunch of STK once again. They are getting torn apart by grenades on Miramar. Uba looking towards GEX. TSM does finish off Furia, so they have bought themselves enough time. LG Divine never pushed into them, never really felt like they had an opportunity to third party that fight. It just never really, the space never really opened up. The first 2 kills came quickly on a Furia, and the last one just, you know, was clean enough for them. And Leo looks and sees FaZe in front of him. GEX gonna have to make a move. They're gonna have to push through FaZe for sure.
Yeah, HC is sitting around looking for them. They're playing within the circle. Fuss, the main thing here, FaZe cannot get knocked. If he goes down now, nice knock coming in from Fuss. If he gets knocked here, I'm not sure they're going to have the time to get the res on up, so hopefully for him that's not going to be the case. In the meantime, Ghost up within Nate distance now. I think they spotted Leo over the top. Nate could be good. No, just on the other side of the hay bales. Won't do any damage. Second one, it's cooked, it's primed, it's thrown. Let's see if damage will be done with the second one. Down the back they go, and Mao Yi falls down once more. CC is down to barely no HP. Almost no HP. Molly thrown forward as well with the nades thrown in. They should be able to isolate and really get the pin on where they're playing from. CC is under fire now as well. That's going to be him down too. Maybe we'll see. Will the Molly do enough damage? Yes, it will. Just Yan Lee left alive. And in the meantime, FaZe gets the reposition.
Yeah, Leo and Yan Lee trying to fan out and maybe go on missions of their own to try to see if they can snake something out. Virtus Pro up above to the east of Meta SDK with their last 2 surviving members over on this ridge line as well. And then you have 4 AM further in. 4 AM, though, has a great position on top of this by the ramp with that sign there as well. So for SDK, there's a ramp of their own, but that one doesn't offer much access to get up higher. Virtus Pro has to walk along this cliff ledge, and they're okay there for now. There's enough of a lip to keep them obscured from 4 AM.
It's a pretty good nade blockade. If anything, you can sit there, make sure not to take damage from the nades thrown down. Loba spotted in the open from one of the GX players. Fortunately, Ghost Love is immediately there to return fire. Yanli, now the last remaining player from GX, coming over, trying to do damage, but Ghost Love once again able to do what's needed to take him down. GEX eliminated. I believe Ghost Love got all 4 of them as they fall down. So a little more space now to breathe for FaZe Clan as they maybe have to make the move forward as well. But Divine on the northwest side in the meantime, trying to make the run forward. They did get a knock onto one of the players from TSM. I don't think Woogie is restable here as he's now in the blue.
Yeah, that was almost a big loss for FaZe, losing Uba to GEX, but that's a good job by Gustav to recover, and now they can do the reset themselves as TSM was able to do earlier. But LG Divine makes the classic move on that compound up on the north. They come around underneath that warehouse circle, gonna head down to the southeast. This one gets a little interesting. There's a couple fields inside of this circle, actually. One of the few spots on Miramar that has fields that kind of mimic the ones on Aaron Go, some of that soft cover and other things. Tractors and other vehicles hanging out in the middle of them. And for shoot to kill, they have to hide underneath this bridge, just try to wait this out. And Meta slowly working their way through, still 4 AM looming up ahead, just waiting on this back ridge. Grenade, you know, man, they're finding tight space. You mentioned that this was a tough spot to nade, but if you find that straight on angle, that's about the only way you can get it done. And they try do Meta.
Yeah, we'll see if more comes off of it. In the meantime, now Divine trying to make the rotation on forward, not really working their way. They're taking casualties as we talk. Yamcha finds one. No, not gonna happen. Actually, Gustav gets to stay alive, and now also the Nation Gaming Wide trying to make their way safely into the circle here. Oh, they do manage to find the Shag, but not a whole lot they can do from there other than enjoying the fact that they're now in the center of the circle.
Well, I mean, it's a 2-2 split for Detonation Gaming White. Who knows? Maybe they can lock it down and find a win, finally find a Japanese team in one of those weekly finals. And E36 joins us in the next game, so you never know. Anything is possible. SDK, though, falling apart. Only one member left for them here. Purdy Curdy, it's going to be up to him. Try to get SDK in. They haven't missed a weekly finals. They do not want to be in that position. Of course, nobody does, but it can happen. It can happen to anybody. FaZe, there's Wicked right here, going to be waiting for 8C. Wicked around the corner. Be patient, but that's too patient. He gets knocked. Great spray from 8C.
Nice spray down immediately out of the vehicle, gets him down as they try to push further forward. But look at this, K7 with a bit of distance to it, starts engaging on the fight as well. They come up from behind, they take down two. First FaZe falls down, 8C gets flushed out as well. Now more damage coming in. Gustav falls as well. I thought this was a good one for FaZe Clan, but they are in trouble. Didn't anticipate the push from K7 from behind, and now it's just Uba left alive.
Oh boy, yeah, it's not looking great. Uba able to go for the heal. Gustav still knocked though, so maybe there's potential they can get the res. Meta is kind of being distracted by a couple different angles. Kia and TSM are continuing the fight that they started earlier, and Savior gets Kale down and out. Now he turns right over to Iroh, pops a couple shots into him with that Mini 14. Under out in the open, the spray, if you could get it, just not quite good enough with that 2x, but now shots as well from other members of K7 getting into him. And for Under, that's going to send him prone behind a hill for now, outside of the circle, potentially for the next one. Very likely outside of the next one, as he is right on the edge of the current one.
And you can tell who's been fighting here. If you look at the player total on these teams, everyone up towards the northwest have taken casualties. And in the meantime, down towards the southeast, TSG, DA, Freak of Freaks, and Division X Gaming, they've been chilling at least for a good while. You can see these guys, no vests, barely any meds left remaining, probably no utility either for a big portion of them. Level 1 helmet, or level 2 helmet completely broken there as well, and just one first aid. All these teams have been fighting for dear life to stay put. But it's all been for nothing, at least for Damwon Kia, who goes down there.
Yeah, Damwon Kia never able to find that space. There goes Uba. Savior going to be the one to end FaZe's round. So the struggles continue for FaZe Clan. Virtus Pro trying to right the ship, seeing if they can get into that weekly finals themselves. It's been another team that's performed well, but just hasn't found the win. Ragnar going to get taken up by Savior. Savior's having a heck of a round there, getting a lot of nice sprays, and there's Booyoo. Finishing the job. Meta goes down in 10th.
I gotta say, I mean, the throttle at K7's kind of toggled here. It's impressive to see them going out and starting to take more control. We saw them try and do it previously, but they never really amounted to much in terms of trying to spread out and take control of circles. Now, with the last game as well, the way they pushed down towards the school, they've really been impressive in terms of how they've managed to make their way forward.
Yeah, no, this is looking, wow, what a spray here from Saber. Oh my goodness, he clips the head of Lou. He's gonna reload, pop up and over. If he could just find one bullet, no, it's gonna be DXG. That's actually gonna help Virtus Pro out here. Iroh still alive, never mind. Lockslock going to get him down, nice spray there. Lou looking for the res on two Petulans, smokes out. K7 licking their own wounds as well, but I don't think Savior is he going to be resable? The blue is coming. I don't think there's enough time. Indeed, just pass over some items to him, give him at least some kind of hope here. Going to let loose with a few. That one bounced off the bar and almost into Virtus Pro there. Virtus Pro is going to run right into the guns of DXG, though. This could be the end here for VP.
Yeah, very well could be. Just one left alive. Loot trying to make his way in from underneath. It's going to be a tough task for him to try and take this head-on 1v4. And for Division X Gaming, go out, deal with him, and then move forward into the circle. Ooh, they know he's close now. They know he's right next door. No helmet, busted vest. This is going to be tough for Lou. We'll see if he can make a play here. Maybe try and wrap around, but no. IQ 500 holds the angle, waits for him to come close, takes him down. And now for Division X Gaming, they can look towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, TSG has been biding their time up on the north. 4 a.m. still alive, just slowly making their way towards the center, not doing a lot of fighting. A little bit uncharacteristic for 4 a.m., but I think 4 a.m. Really wants to make sure they get into those weekly finals, looking to try to give themselves the best opportunity to do so. Circle going a little bit southeast of them. IQ 500 clips Xiaolu once, doesn't find any other luck with those shots. Indeed, Lu did go down, the other Lu. We have a couple different Lus, and ooh, crazy. Gonna get the knock on it to Long K. Akkad and Afrika still 4 up, looking on the other flank of DXG.
Yep, Long falls down. Akkad finds a headshot as well. Division X Gaming having a tough time trying to get out of this compound. 4 a.m. holding on one side, Afrika Freaks holding on the south. Now TSG coming in between everyone here. Volleybag goes up next to Division, next to Detonation Gaming White, sorry. And he does have DA on the other side. DA's been playing somewhat quiet on the east side for a while, but the nades now coming in from DA are on point. One goes down. Shantian trying to make the cross forward. One more in the vehicle as well as they try to make their way in between two teams here. They should be guaranteed to have nades thrown their way. One down, two down. Instantly they fall, and Yumpia, nothing he can do from the north side to try and suppress the opponents there, because he can't get the angle when Detonation Gaming White allowed to peek out of the south side of the shack.
Well, Machao and Seas, two very talented players from Japan, two of the best, no doubt about it. And they might be able to lock this down potentially, as 4 a.m. is involved in a skirmish between Afrika and DXG. And there you go, TSG has gone down to Detonation Gaming White. Sia made a push down, didn't work out. Grenades up and over. 4 a.m. in trouble. Xiaolu, the only one left, trying to back off Afrika. Gets a little bit of shots their direction, but not really any damage connected. DA gonna finish off Detonation Gaming White. They try to step out, but there's fire everywhere. Metrelius up over the top, get Xiaolu down. 4 a.m. gone, 2 teams left, a 4v4 to finish this out.
DA, if they make it here, they will make it to the weekly finals for the first time in this tournament. This is territory that DA likes to play. 4 up alive. They've been passive in the majority of the game, but you can say the exact same thing for Afrika Freaks. There's still one more circle to go. Right now, we have a somewhat decent split of how much control these two teams have. So unless if we see a hard shift to one side, you would have to think that the area we're in right here would also be the area that we're going to see the final fight come into. Let's see. New circle's gonna pop 5 seconds from now. No one's gonna be over aggressive here. Everyone's waiting for the next circle to pop.
Yeah, absolutely. They got to see where this is going to go. It just centers right up, more or less. And for Afrika Freaks, not too bad, I think. This one looks like it's going to end just next to Hikari there, in between Hikari and Hansia in a way. And so for Afrika, it's going to be kind of a defensive effort. What is the utility like for DA? What kind of throwables are there? You can see here, Metrelius doesn't have a lot. Mert has a few things. He's got some in the bag. Smash has a couple frags as well. There is that level 3 gear, that Mark 14 in the hands of Afrika. How is that going to come into play if it does? But I tell you what, this should be I think a fascinating fight.
You have to expect DA to try and wrap towards the west. You saw the east there, what Hansia is holding with the Mark 14 is so open, and it's a downhill push for DA as well. I would be almost, I would put the majority, if not all my money, from Afrika Freaks on holding off the west side. You can see that's what they're doing. Hansia still looking over towards the east, making sure that no one's wrapped Nova. But Akkad has Metrelius just on the other side of the hill. He's playing it close, he's playing it quiet, and Akkad shouldn't have any way of knowing that there's one just over the other side of this hill.
Yeah, so much of this round is going to come down to Akkad. If he can get a knock or two, that is really going to buy Afrika a lot of time and a lot of space. Smash gets up on top of this roof, but I don't know that there's much that he's going to be able to do from there. I don't expect Afrika to really come up over that ridge line anytime soon. There's still quite a bit of time in this, actually. Toby, this one, because there's 30 seconds left and everybody's more or less actually in this circle, nobody really needs to get aggressive just yet.
Exactly. Time can still be spent just waiting, trying to bait the other team to make the aggressive move. Right now, it's a game of patience, and we'll see who wins it. The only thing that I'm looking at right now, not only, but one of the many things I'm looking at right now is that Afrika Freaks have both an AUG and an MK14, meaning they probably also have 2 sets of level 3 gear. Mithralius, on the other hand, sits there with a level 1 helmet trying to hold off. So if that's the case, could be a difference maker in this fight to come. Circle will close in on the dot. Right now, the dot is a little more on the Afrika Freaks side of the hill. So in the end of it, we will have to see DA push forward. That being if Afrika Freaks manage or decides to play it completely passive here.
I would expect the Freaks to do that. Akkad gonna go for some shots, takes a little damage himself. Here come the grenades. They really want to push open this space. DA really smart here. Here comes the counter punch from Afrika. Grenades of their own right on top of them. Smash takes about half damage. Mitrelius trying to be quick around the corner. That's the first knock on to EJ. Hikari backing up along the line. EJ kind of gonna be a little bit of bait now as Hikari has a frag of his own. Akkad on the side, watching for members of DA to come up and over. Here come the stuns as well. DA stalled for just a moment.
Akkad is isolated. He has to push forward. The smokes have been thrown for him to get away from there. We saw him sit tight on that rock. Is that a nade? No, it's almost. It is a nade coming down. Akkad falls down as well. He was the isolated player. Such a smart isolation play from DA. It's a 2v4 now. Hansia, level 3 gear and an MK14 trying to hold off. The rest is being committed to. Is DA gonna allow this to happen, or are they going to aggress forward? This could be the end of the game right here. If they manage to make this push, here they come. DA over the hill they go.
Oh, EJ is back up, looking to get that first aid kit going. Hansia still spraying over. Akkad is down, so now it's a 4 vs 3. Hansia gets a knock here. That is big deal. Now it's a 3 vs 3 standing. Hikari gonna win another one. Hikari has been nuts today. We saw earlier on Miramar, he had a 1,100 damage round. Code Marco smash. Still working, still able to get underneath the Afrika here.
This is the closest we've seen DAB to bring home a win and a spot in the weekly finals. It's a 2v3, make it a 3v3. They get the rest onto Murdoch. Right now, they have the dot. Afrika Freaks have it waiting for them, but they're traded. 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 2 for 2. It's a 1v1. 1v1 fight. Code Marco against one player on the other side, and they get it! DA, Code Marco, welcome to the weekly finals.
Huge win for DA. What a push around the side there. Very well executed. Those grenades to open up the space on that western edge was very well thought out, very well executed. Some good smokes along the way as well. They're able to withstand a good defensive counterpunch from the Freaks. And at the end of the day, Code Marco with a nice angle to wait for the last member of Freaks to come through the smoke. Man, really excellent, really well thought out fight by both of these teams. I mean, you love to see it when two teams have 4 up and they're going at each other on pretty even footing, and it comes down to a 1v1.
I mean, my hands are shaking right now. This tournament is just so insane. If my hands are shaking, just imagine what these guys playing the games are going through. So much happening in the end of it there. The fact that first we see Afrika Freaks, they manage to get the rest up. Then we see DA commit to the rest on Mert with, what is it, a 10-meter wide circle in the end of it? But because of the smokes blocking off the vision, they managed to get it. So many things happening, and in the end of it, DA, you could see, I mean, of course, yes, they're glad to be through, but again, we didn't see the smiles of joy. We saw the, oh, thank God we're through. There's only 2 games left after this, but finally, it's over. We're there. Now is the time to smile, DA. We haven't won it yet, but you're all the way through, so congratulations.
Yeah, back-to-back wins for EU with that one. Team Liquid and DA doing the heavy lifting today so far for that region. Looking great in that finale was DA, and man, oh man, Afrika Freaks have come up just short on Miramar twice here today, Toby. That's 2 times they've come up second. It's been heartbreaking for them.
It's gotta be so incredibly frustrating. I mean, when you're Afrika Freaks, you're a team that makes finals, you win the finals, and then now I'm not gonna count anything out yet, but you're looking at a team that has won finals that might not even make finals now at all. The same thing could be said for FaZe Clan. Still getting caught on that tough side of the circle where everyone were just plowing their way through. It's such an incredibly difficult tournament already as it is, and having to go out and win games like this is just it is so much to ask from these players.
Oh, I mean, it's nuts. The talent level, top to bottom, just incredible, and that's what makes it so hard. And DA finally able to find some success in these weekly qualifiers, and it only takes them, what, 3 games? Incredible.
Very, very impressive for sure. Let's see now what the guys from Turkey have to say after finally making their presence known in the weekly finals.
PGI.S 위클리 서바이벌 4주차
PGI.S
아프리카
Weekly
프릭스의
Survival
파이널
Week
진출을
4.
받고 오늘 첫 파이널 진출에 성공한 팀입니다.
And the
DA
winners
만나보도록
of
하겠습니다.
today's
메리트
match
선수 안녕하세요.
was Digital
안녕하세요.
Athletics.
네, 반갑습니다. 오늘 아프리카 프릭스를 정리하고 결국 파이널 성공에
So you finally made it to the weekly finals and annihilated Africa Freaks at the end. How was that moment at the end of the game there?
Ve ilk defa Weekly Survival'da finale kaldınız. Neler hissediyorsunuz? Son maçla ilgili biraz bilgi rica ediyoruz.
Afrika Freaks'in önünü kesmedik, kendi önümüzü açtık. Heyecanlı maçtı. Circle bize doğru attı. İlk girdiğimiz kampanda yakındı. En son kampanyadan çıkıp yavaş bir şekilde, düzgün bir şekilde oynayarak oyunu kazandık. Mutluyuz, heyecanlıydı.
사실 아프리카 프릭스의 앞길을 막아놓은 게 아니었고요. 우리의 앞길을 열어놨던 그런 교전이었습니다.
Actually, I would like to say that we weren't getting in the way of Africa Freaks, but we were more creating our own way as we went.
서바이벌에 들어온 지 3매치 만에 파이널로 가게 되셨는데요. 어젯밤에 팀원들이랑
So you guys made it to the survivals in 3 matches. What kind of conversations did you guys have amongst your teammates last night?
Win aldınız ve finallere çıkmaya hak kazandınız. Dün akşam takım arkadaşlarınızla nasıl bir sohbet gerçekleşti aranızda?
Çok spesifik bir şey konuşmadık ama artık bu hafta win almamız gerektiğini biliyorduk. Win'in geldiğini biliyorduk. Win'e çok hasret kaldık turnuvanın başından beri.
특별히 나눈 이야기는 없었고요. 하지만 이제
Nothing really in
그동안
particular.
저희가 승리를 치킨을 먹어본 지가 좀 많이 오래돼서
But because it's
오랫동안
been quite a while
기다렸던,
since we've
그리워했던
won the
그런,
chicken dinner,
치킨입니다.
so today's win definitely means a lot.
진출입니다. DA는 어떤 모습을 보여주실 계획일까요?
Since this is your first weekly finals this weekend, are you guys going to be preparing it in a certain way?
performans göstermeyi planlamaktasınız.
Hedefimiz buraya ilk geldiğimiz zamanki şampiyonluk. Şampiyon olmak için finale çıkıyoruz. O haftayı kazanmak için çıkıyoruz. Bir sonraki haftaları da umarım çıkarız ve turnuvayı şampiyon bitiririz.
처음에 여기 왔을 때와 같은 목표를 가지고
We have the same goal from the first day.
물론 우승하는 게 이 대회에서 우승하는 게 저희의 목표고요.
Obviously, our goal is to win this whole tournament.
좋은 모습 기대하겠고요. 오늘 다시
We look forward to seeing you in the finals, and congratulations once again.
감사합니다. Daha yeni başladık.
네, 감사합니다. 메리트 선수였습니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 DA가 14번째 매치 만에 바로
From an EU perspective here at the PGI.S, it's a long time coming for Digital Athletics to get a win on the board. However, if you followed the tournament closely, it has been difficult for them week after week, and finally they make it here to a weekly final. Joining me is Hypok and Clover, and Hypok, I think that sums it up pretty nicely considering the 2020 that DA had, and now this tournament itself as well.
Yeah, for sure. And who else but Marco, right? I mean, he was really the catalyst for their performance last year in PCS. So it's fantastic. It comes down to that. Again, it's been personally frustrating to see them through weeks 1 and 3, continue to force the issue. We'll leave it at that. But yeah, to come out here, finally get the win and appear in their first weekly finals, you love to see it.
Yeah, definitely so, Clover. Do you expect it to happen a little bit earlier? What's your perspective when you're looking at Digital Athletics?
I mean, this definitely was, I think, a team that, like you said, the ingredients were there. We were looking for things, but stuff just kept falling apart. I mean, when you think of a team that has the most series unfortunate events, it's DA. And in that last circle, up against Africa, who's the other team that we've really been looking heavily under the microscope today, like, hey, they're looking great. They're looking prime for seeing them in the late game. I think a lot of us were even wondering how, who's going to win this, if it's going to be Africa or DA. And at the very end, Africa kind of started to turn it around, right? We saw Hikari and Hansia get the trades out onto DA. Only Code Marco was left, and that prone barrel spray, great control to take on that 1v3 was just amazingly impressive.
As you were saying, Hypok, when we were watching this fight, Code Marco finding a slippery, snaky way around these locations and almost trading spots. But I thought Africa Freaks had this up until Code Marco blasted it out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Code Marco really sticking his neck out for the team here. And you know what? It actually pays dividends because in the end, he diverts attention away from that res. And he's in a position to capitalize on that, right? So, yeah, whether or not that was the intended plan, I mean, it lined up perfectly for him.
Yeah, very much so. A nice stretch there from Code Marco is able to get themselves the victory in the end. Africa Freaks so close to this opportunity. However, they're not able to grasp it with both hands. And now, I want to stick on the DA train here for a moment, Clover. This is their opportunity to go back to basics in the weekly final where they did have success throughout 2020. And maybe we see a new DA from here on out.
I think that the weekly format has been something that DA struggled with. So now that they can go forward, play super, play the game that they're comfortable with, I think there's a big chance we could really see them pop off. And this lobby would be really suited as well to their needs and their play style.
Yeah, would be nice to see. We shall find out, of course, as time goes on. But that is that. They get themselves technically the 19 points here with the 9 kills that they're able to accrue here throughout this game. Let's take a look at some of the numbers closely. Gustav, even though FaZe has not got themselves the win just yet, we are constantly seeing Gustav up here, Hypoc, when it comes to the points.
Yeah, I mean, individually, he actually had a very, very rough start individually to PGI.S. I remember there were lots of scenarios where he was pretty much the first one dead in most lobbies. So it's good to see him now consistently posting these numbers. Gustav, a very talented individual. We know that already coming into it. But I'll be honest, it was definitely a concern of mine seeing that be a trend across weeks 1 and 2, I'd say. But again, this week's just got to be heartbreaking for FaZe, man. Once again, they find themselves in a position that's I'll say unorthodox in terms of where we would usually see FaZe prioritize. And once again, just not able to fight their way out of it. I honestly don't know what the solution is. That you can see that they've made a visible step change in how they're approaching these survival games, and they just can't close one out.
It raises the question, because again, currently they are technically our money earned leaders here when it comes to the tournament. Like right now, they have 2 more games remaining, Clover, and they have the most points earned out of the teams that have not qualified so far going into these last 2 games. 87 points if you count in terms of placement and kills. That obviously doesn't count too much to all of this, but they're doing well, but they're not able to get the final. Are they going to be able to qualify in the last games like a usual FaZe does in these silly circumstances?
I mean, you know, it's the famous FaZe Sunday. It's kind of as becoming FaZe Thursday lately. I think that if anything, we've seen that when it comes down to the wire, the 11th hour, FaZe works really well under that pressure and manages to pull through. If there was going to be a team that I would look at and say would probably be the most poised, especially for the ones that have been playing all the matches thus far, I think it's going to be FaZe.
Yeah. We shall see. And of course, our team joining here, this lobby, will be E36. And looking at how they've been able to play things out, I feel like it's a similar story to what we've seen from Detonation Gaming, White, etc. here at this kind of position that they're in. Guys like Aminot as well as Sylphia have been able to put in some work at Hypoc throughout the tournament, but not quite able to round things out just yet.
Yeah, again, I think E36 are actually the lowest games played out of any of the teams there. They've only played 15 times throughout the weekly survivals thus far, which again, yes, it's always a concern really if you don't equip yourself with as many tools to get through to the finals as possible. But again, it's a massive concern really that we've seen no uptrend from this team in my eyes.
Yeah, gonna have to pull it out if they want to make something happen. They only have 2 games chance to try and go through into the weekly final, and that team right there, FaZe, has had plenty of opportunity here so far throughout this weekly survival. Will they be able to round it out and defend their #1 spot atop the position here at PGI.S? It is time to find out. 2 more games remaining. The penultimate game comes up right now, match 15. A huge thank you to Intel for joining us here at the PGI.S as we now set sail. We are heading to the plane and we go over to Paper Thin and Toby to bring us all of the action.
Thank you very much, Dusk. It is time for Erangel. And then we have 1 more game to go indeed. E36 joining Detonation Gaming White. So both Japanese teams are here in this lobby. And that was a wild one. DA getting the win. DA finally punching their ticket into those weekly finals. Let's move over to this game. Play path going to start up by the hospital and then make its way a little bit to the southwest, Toby.
As fair as can be expected, I would have to say, in terms of being able to reach different drop spots. We'll see with DA not being here how things are going to shake up. TSM look to go up and maybe try and take control of of Rosak the same way they've done before, so it makes pretty good sense. And I gotta say, I mean, with just 2 games left to go, no matter which 2 teams you remove from these 16, there's gonna be teams left where you go, wow, they didn't qualify. Like, there's still so many, which I'm sure most will consider those quote-unquote guaranteed teams to make it through, teams within this lobby, that it's just technically impossible for all of them to make it through. 4AM still here. We have STK still here. We have FaceClan still here. TSG have been playing phenomenally. Africa Freaks as well. So many teams in this lobby still that that really have to play lights out here in the final 2 games.
I mean, you have 2 of our weekly winners so far. You have Africa Freaks and, you know, I mean, FaZe still hanging around. Circle over to the east, and this one's not quite as water heavy as the last circle on Miramar was, but it is still decently shifted over in that direction. E36 gets South George to themselves. No Tianma, no Genji. So, there you go. This one's going to be your home. Typically, they'll go North George otherwise, and they're a very strong, I'd say, mountain team around this area, but outside of that, it's been a struggle for E36, as the desk has touched on. They played the least amount of games in the weekly survival, and it hasn't been their tournament so far.
It's kind of sad, right? Welcome to the lobby, Interforce 36. Now, how would you like to rotate to the completely other side of the island? It's at least give him a little bit of a bone in the first game, but who knows? Maybe, I mean, we saw Oath have to rotate practically across the entire map in the Miramar game that they ended up winning. So who knows? Maybe Interforce 36 can find a good approach to the next couple of circles, and with things going their way, they can net themselves a victory. We've seen it before. Multi-Circle Gaming, I believe the only team so far to come in and win the very first game they play in a weekly survival. So who knows? Maybe Interforce 36 will be the second.
I mean, I'd love to see it. I want to see a Japanese team make it through into those weekly finals and give themselves a shot to at least compete for one of those prize pools. Triumphant Song Gaming coming up short here again so far. They're one of the 6 teams that have played every game so far in this weekly survival and have not qualified. And it started out hot for the Chinese teams. 4 of them, I believe, have already made it through, and 2 still remain with 4AM and TSG.
After what the first 2 games showed us from TSG, they're probably the team that I the least expected to see still be playing here. 16 kills second place, 17 kills second place. I mean, those are 2 absolutely banger games. And we talked about it kind of in the last game, where it's been surprising to see them not really being able to do anything remotely close. Of course, I mean, having 15 plus kills in a game is very, very unlikely in these type games, but the fact that they can bring them back to then be followed by kind of nothing is pretty wild. We'll see now if they can get something going here with 2 games left to go. They have a pretty straightforward rotation up towards Shelter if they rotate fast enough, and you can see TSG already in their cost now. And Interforce, same thing, off they go.
Yep, they're heading out towards the bridge, towards the 4 square on the other side. Looks like they're going to go north of the river. Zenon has a pretty decent spray here. Catches a little over half damage in a Spyro. Switches over to the Mini. Pops a few more, but no more connections yet. The rest of EP is trailing behind there. Well, at least 2 of the 3 remaining members of VP are there. Dom, Juan, Kia went to Pachinki. It is finally theirs. Finally,
it's their
Sonics and Liquid are gone. So they can actually have the 1 game of Erangel. They're going to be able to have Pachinki.
Maybe that's what they need to make finals. You know, it's maybe all the stars have now finally aligned, and because they get to rotate out from the center of the circle, they can net themselves a win. Who knows? We'll see. Maybe it is just better to loot Pachinki.
Maybe, I don't know. I think for them it's going to be quite fascinating to watch. They love kind of again coming into here. There's a couple compounds along the crossroads that they sometimes opt to go for. We'll see what the rotations are going to be for Dom, Juan, Kia, keeping a pretty close eye on them. Another team that has yet to make a weekly finals, which is probably, I'd say, the most surprising of all the teams that have yet to make it. This one to me is now, particularly with DA making it, is I think the top of the list.
It would have to be. It would have to be for sure. We're also reaching a point where not that many teams left have not at some point been in weekly finals. Not talking about how they then performed in the weekly finals, but have at least been there. And as you said, I mean, Damo and Kia, to me as well as you, one of the one of the bigger surprises in that regard.
Yeah, absolutely. Just for me, it's hard to watch because I had such high expectations for that team coming into it, and they just haven't performed. That's it. That is what it is. And but there's still, still plenty of time, still quite a bit of money in the prize pool. So I would say to any team, don't get your heads down just yet. There's still quite a bit of hope.
You can still go out and win the tournament overall. Just gotta get things going, and now is about the time for you to do so. We have reached the second half. Now is when the prize pool, I mean, it's continuing to go up, but we'll see. We'll see how things are gonna go coming into the weekend, of course, where the weekly finals will be played. I mean, Virtus Pro and TSM and K7, for that sake, they have been driving side by side for a good while now. They have been, I don't know if they're all going the same way, but Detonation Gaming White, watch out. There's a Steam, like European Steam train rolling your way, and you might not want to be in the way of it as it comes towards you.
Yeah, Detonation Gaming White loves those compounds towards the coast, and they have fanned out in a 2-1-1 over there with the Virtus Pro heading in that direction. Meta makes their way around the north side of Heaven, and they are going to look for something potentially in the side of the forest or maybe a little bit deeper. We'll see. Ooh, Penta going to find the kill onto Volibear. So for TSG, they went past the shelter. They went past the mansion. They get in deep, but they lose a member early.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Really unfortunate, especially with how split they are with SDK in between them now. Machao, he was shooting, he was trying to stay alive, but again, the polar bear came roaring, and I understand and fully respect the fact that he disengaged. That's why you sit in 3 positions at the same time. That's why you have your 2-1-1 split, so that if he gets hot on one side and go great, well, they call the bluff, we back off, but we still have 2 compounds to play around. Smart play, smart disengage, no reason to overextend.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the correct play, 100%, because eventually Virtus Pro will realize there's only one person there and make a move. Division X, it's been a quiet one for them. They've been struggling throughout the tournament, and they are going to come in through the south. There is FaZe up ahead by the Lumberyard if they keep going that way. Frika as well, further along the line. If you keep going that direction, ahead of FaZe. They've fanned out a bit, just over to the road to the north of the prison there, and well, it's been a pretty quiet one here so far. Yeah, there's a decent amount of water, but Erangel does offer quite a bit of space on the eastern side. There's a lot of compounds over here.
One thing that interests me a little is, having seen so many teams play so slow, we still have almost a minute and a half to go until the next circle pops, and all the teams are already inside the circle. Not only that, but there were quite a few teams that were rather far towards the west. Normally, we'll see your Ends Oath style teams, Navi to some extent too, go, you know, we're not in a hurry. We'll get there when we get there. Maybe we'll hit the phase, like hit circle 1 by the time phase 2 pops, so we're ready to go full speed forward. But here, everyone's already here.
Yeah, you don't have any of those teams that'll trail late from their long distance, loot drop spots. The only one who might do that is Detonation Gaming White, but they were kind of near their normal drop spot of Yasnaya, but they actually had to drop Razak. So for Detonation Gaming White, it was a, I don't want to say unusually early exit, but they were close enough to the circle that I don't think they felt like they could get away with a trailing rotation like you do see from them from time to time.
Yeah, there would be no reason for them to sit out and wait that long. Here comes the pencil all knocked, doink. There you go, off the vehicle he goes. And had he at least just been behind the rock there might have been a chance for a player to come back and rest him, but nope. Not the case, of course. Penta has been the hot topic for many discussions as of late, as he's taken over the spot on STK. And in my opinion, he's overall been performing pretty well. Had some good kills, had some good games, and my lord. Guys, they have PUBG, they have 2 games left. They have 2 games left. Cut them some slack. No slack is getting cut. The later you go, the tougher it gets, and this circle is brutal.
Absolutely insane. This is going to be a wild one as we head towards Lipovka, and TSG gonna get the return on to Penta. Favor returned indeed, and he is finished off by the bolt of Shandion. So SDK is going to lose 1. They do manage to get a pretty decent compound inside of the next circle, but they pay a toll to get there. Metagaming cuts down the road by Lipovka proper. VP is there. Batulin's nope. Machao early on was keeping VP at bay, and now he's going to find a kill on the backside of him.
Here comes Divine, full speed pull up onto the already wounded TSG, but Lewis has fallen down as well, so a 3v3 fight for the Plank Houses. Nice break coming in from Jay, and taking about half HP in damage himself as well. Turtle, solid spray on the other side. I believe Pink dropped the nade on his own feet. Maybe didn't know he still has it in hand, so didn't get to cook and throw it in time. That could have been absolutely terrible for the last remaining TSG play. But I like the aggression we're seeing out of the Divine here. Don't waste time. Don't let them get the rest. Don't let other teams try and push in. Get the kills, get set, get going. 4AM doing the exact same thing out here. Freaking Freaks under fire.
Yeah, 4AM make the push. They get into the bottom floor underneath Hansia. Hikari actually gets the knock onto 2 of 4AM. So now Godby and Shaolu. Hansia in a great position to catch him crossing. Whoa. There you go. It's going to be 4 angry men down. What a hold from Afrika.
What a hold indeed. No casualties either. Kant does get knocked, but that is not something you see oftentimes. When 4AM makes a decision in pulling up on something, they normally do so with quite a bit of ferociousness. Like, they come in, they get that first knock, they get going, and they position themselves well. But Afrika Freaks, they had the answer to every single attempt that 4AM came up with, and they got butchered.
I mean, Afrika does play very good defense. I will say this about them, and they really know how to lock down compounds, particularly over on this side of the circle. There you go. You can lock down a code on the left-hand side of your screen. And the one I'm thinking about with Afrika, going back to this area of the map, it wasn't the same compound, but when they bested Gen.G to keep Gen.G out of PCS2, when they were able to qualify for it themselves, really, they just locked down a compound and got some circle luck. Is that going to be what happens to them here? SDK has GEX come in underneath, and it's going to be Yan Lee taken down by the combined fire of Luke 12 and Alo.
Yep. Shoot to kill. They might lose one, but they're sitting pretty well right now. They would, of course, have wanted to have all of this compound, including where GX is, to themselves. But then again, I mean, it's a pretty decent split, or a pretty decent spread they have in the houses up above. They have good vision. They can push down towards the south side if need be. And Sinan, well, there's an AUG and an extended quick draw mag for snipers. That's not something we see too often, but there you go. If you don't have one in your mini already, there you go.
Yeah, the Mini can actually take the AR one, so that's a little bit of a feels bad man on that gun, but that's okay for him. He reached out pretty far to get that crate.
Yeah.
Zenon going way out there, but that's worth, I think definitely. Oh my God. What?
Worth maybe.
Are we going to end inside Lipovka? Like, is this going to be inside? I don't know if I've ever seen one in Lipovka.
The circle's going to go up towards the city. The only issue is right now that everything on the west side of the city is a few compounds that's already taken and a forest that's completely open. Raspu falls, Melofo runs him over. No rest for the wicked. How many teams, I've never thought I'd have to ask this question before, but how many teams can we fit into Lipovka? I guess we're about to find out.
I'd say probably at least 4, maybe 5. We'll see. It depends on how this all shakes out. And Detonation Gaming White, I like what they're doing. Take the inside of the Lipovka Hills. Yes, get through there, get those finishes on to Furia, claim the dips on top of that hill. That could very likely be where this circle ends up. I'd really like to see them set up camp there, try to make it work from up top. Now, they are getting torn apart by Purdy Curdy. They got to be careful, though. There are some sightlines from that SDK compound that you have to be aware of, that you have to be extremely cautious about, and it is going to be Necro, who just drives over to the cliffside, going to try to keep this Dacia safe. Now Purdy's going to start running out here, and Purdy wants to get in a range of the things that he does best, and that's throw frag grenades.
I like this play from Purdy. They know that they're in the middle of wrestling. Oh, can he get him? Yes, he gets the knock once more. I wouldn't expect to see more come off it. Nope, he's going to back off immediately. Where Detonation Gaming White is sitting right now. Oh my God, Purdy, you're being so annoying. all the Japanese fans go, Purdy, get the hell away from here. We're trying to get people rest. not gonna give them a chance to do anything, because where they're sitting right now is the only place really that SDK can push towards should their compound get shifted out of, and they don't want to have a team sitting there waiting for them once they have to leave. So Purdy going out, trying to do damage early to then make it easier for them to disengage once they, most likely at least, will have to leave. Really wise play from Purdy, showing that he's not just playing the circle there, and he's playing many circles ahead, and I like it. It got them 1 kill. Yes, there's still 2 alive, but damage has been done, and it made it easier for you coming in later.
Yeah, it's the 4D chess here from Purdy Curdy, and he is a fantastic in-game leader, fantastic player, has been really doing it all across the board for the team throughout this event. And TSM looking to drive across to LG Divine. We can see the grenade here. Great from Turtle. And that's going to finish off TSG. And LG Divine under pressure. It's going to be Iroh getting the knock onto Turtle. JN getting knocked by Luke 12. So now just June left here for the Vietnamese squad, trying to see if they could somehow hang on. But there's 2 teams crashing in here, so I doubt this is going to work out. But TSM getting slaughtered outside of the walls.
Oh, no.
Purdy, again, Purdy finishes off Wookie.
Wookie knock with a nade in hand, I believe, takes down Miracle as well. I think it's just Iroh left alive. Son Yang coming in now to help as well. Down 1 Kia, still 4 alive. Circle goes, well, essentially where we expected it to. We're shifting away from practically nothing in this circle, seeing as 2 teams are already playing the circle that they were expecting to see coming up next. Indigo tries to use the roof. He knows, though, that there's a team in the compound up above, so that's a little dangerous. And now, where do they go from here? Because this compound, it just lost all its value. It's outside the circle. Try and wrap around instead, and that's exactly what they're doing. Play it from the inside of the circle. Hold out the teams. Very wise playing from down 1 Kia here.
Yeah, this is really, really smart from them. They're going to push that grenade through the... Oh, didn't get out the window. I thought Under might be able to get it through the window. Did not. He's just trying to bank it around the corner there. And Iroh going to go for the res. Smokes are in the way. And if they could just get 1 grenade inside that room, that might end the hopes of that team. Still, June has survived, has found a place to hide for now. Kale's going to be holding the angle, but more smokes coming down. So this is just going to buy more time here as Damwon Kia maybe thinking about trying to get another grenade through. Some shots fired. There is June going down to the grenade of Under. Still, TSM hangs on inside of this building.
I was just going to say, question is, with that insta-kill coming in, if Damwon Kia knows there's still TSM players alive in here, the smokes alone usually does prevent for some audible cues in terms of footsteps, so we'll see if they play according to the fact that there is indeed still 2 players alive in here. If they try and back out now, they are moving around in the houses in the meantime. Shoot to kill, getting pushed up on by GX. Luke found the first. Luke will find the second, and the third one's taken down by Purdy. Nice hold by SDK, and now is where we can see that push come in. As a matter of fact, that Nation Gaming White had to back off of there completely, so the forest is open for SDK to take. In the meantime, troublesome situation for TSM. Nate's been thrown forward, Molly's been thrown forward. I don't think Detonation, Damwon Kia has any plans of running into this area. They just want to get it over with, move on, and hopefully get themselves into the weekly finals.
Now, if anybody has a grenade, they know that they could get the angle into this back room if they throw it properly. Sungjongs just comes up short, doesn't get inside the door, but Miraku is going to get knocked by Kale's follow-up. Iroh going to hold the corner now, going to get 1, looking for 2.
No!
Oh, no, no, no! You can't have this, Damwon Kia. You cannot have this. You can't lose Under here, and you only have Kale left. That is a mistake. You cannot be pushing through the smoke like that.
You 4v1. Just wait him out. I know it's so frustrating, right? Because they want to get the kill, they want to get it over with, they want to get moving, but at the same time, they know it's the KS up above, so they have to push in and deal with him before they can really go anywhere. But that's just so unfortunate. Props to Iroh for getting a good spray in, but really unfortunate for them that they now lose players. And you can see this is why they made the push inside. They know that SDK are sitting on the outside ready for them to try and make plays outside.
Yeah, Purdy Curdy's playing Hungry Hippos, reaching out, taking points off of a bunch of different teams. Did it earlier to Detonation Gaming White, done it to TSM, now probably going to do it to whoever wins this one. Could very well be Iroh. This guy is crazy good in up-close quarters battles by himself. We've seen it before in this tournament. There's been a few highlight reel plays from him, so we just wait on this as Phase 5 kind of centers up more or less. We're leaving Lipovka, so we don't get that Lipovka finish. Toby, it teased us, but it isn't going to happen.
We saw real quickly Hikaru's perspective there from Afrika Freaks. I like his positioning, but if he gets knocked here, he's very far away from the remaining Afrika Freaks players. Smokes are being thrown now. Damwon wants to get out of here alive. That's a good headshot coming in, narrow angle, but he finds it. Iroh in the meantime able to get up. You can see Son Yang is just waiting for him. Come on over, Iroh. We know you gotta get out here. There's only one exit. Oh my god, the flash is gonna get at least two of them. At least two of them will be completely wide open. Then he finds the first, he finds the second, and the third goes down as well. Hikari took down Indigo. Iroh! No way! There were 4v1 and TSM bites them off.
Iroh is absolutely insane. He comes out the door. There are some smokes there. Pretty Curdy gets a couple of the opening shots. Isn't able to find the next couple. K7 finds Meta. Driving around is Lockslock. They're just doing a little bit of drive-by on Meta, trying to soften him up. They're going to settle up outside of them to the south. Afrika still over on the west. Grenades now being flung out in their direction. Silzen spraying into the smoke. Ragnar has gone down for them. That's a great grenade right on top of Savior. Explodes, doesn't get the knock though. They're able to get behind enough of the rock to not take critical damage. Zennon down to a single hit point here. He is going to fall if anybody else gets any other damage. There's still Division X behind this.
We keep talking about STK being the nade gods, but Meta, they've got to be up there trying to take the record away from them. I would love to see a stat on how much nade damage we've seen come out and how many nade knocks and kills we've seen come up from Meta Gaming, because so many kills have gone in their way. Let's see now, Virtus Pro, they're forced to leave 3 spare bullets for Virtus Pro. At least one of the players, I couldn't quite in time see who it was, but they have been forced to leave early. They haven't really been fighting much, but they rotated early, got themselves into the position, and that means they haven't had a chance to really loot a whole lot. Let's see now. They want to hold them off as best as they can, but at least for now, Virtus Pro are, while it might be on the very, very edge, inside the circle.
Yeah, they're okay. It's gonna be all they can really push through comfortably for now. STK is still working that ridgeline, trying to keep Iroh either dead or at bay. One or the other would be ideal. And Silzen, Wicked, Sparking, know that someone's looming out there, whether that be Afrika or IQ 500. FaZe just patiently waiting down in the warehouses of Lipovka. They've been able to keep their vehicles safe underneath this hill, so they have that advantage going for them, and they're going to send out the buggy first with Gustav, and now that gives a little bit more problems for Meta to deal with. We'll see what the circle is going to do. Are we going to have a hard shift? Are we going to center? We're just going to center more or less. So, by the way, Pure Boy's still alive for E36, so something to keep your eye on.
Yeah, Pure Boy is prone in the middle, and we still have Kokori out towards the northeast side as well. And I think FaZe knows that there's still at least the potential of players coming out of Lipovka, so they don't want to rotate too early, they don't want to get shot in the back, but also at the same time, they don't want to allow for Virtus Pro to wrap down towards them. They heard the nades being thrown across the street earlier. They might have seen some of them cross as well. If Virtus Pro does what we know Virtus Pro likes to do and try and sweep the flank, there might be a good chance that they could be running into FaZe lane. So hopefully for FaZe, they'll get to cross the street before trouble comes their way. Iroh, solo player. I would love to see it happen, but the entirety, at least 3 from STK are currently pushing your way, and it seems to me like they know there's someone around here.
Yeah, they know. That's what they want to finish off, and it's a good push. Good job here by STK. Poor Iroh. What a hell of a performance by him, but it's going to be him and TSM going down once again. IQ 500 finally swatted away by Meta, so they've opened up a little bit of space, but Afrika Freaks have fanned out big time on this western edge. So Hikari's got to be real careful, because if STK kind of pushes down into him, he could find himself down and out relatively quickly.
Cod's been having some really good games over the last couple. That knock right there is going to be a good one too. Issue is, as you said, Akad, I mean, he's outside the circle. He has to back off, and he does just that. And this right here, the knock onto Meta allows for FaZe Clan to push up over the hill. They used that to perfection. As soon as the knock came in, that's when they went for the vehicles. That's when they started trolling forward. They knew, great, Meta is not looking our way right now. One just got knocked. They have to focus on that. Let's make their way over to the other side, and they are now here. 4 alive in the late game. We've seen FaZe be here many times before. Is this the time where they finally get themselves the win?
Well, they still got VP over here, and I don't know, Gokuri, how are you still alive? Somebody shoot him. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Put that poor man out of his misery. That was not ever going to be doable for Gokuri. And between the combined fire of Virtus Pro and FaZe, Gokuri is going to go down. FaZe, yeah, they've got 4. They've got a great position. VP as well, kind of on the other side of the hill. There's enough of a ridge in between them that they don't really have to scuffle just yet. STK has control over the northwest side, but Afrika's got vehicles, and they look to be angling up towards STK potentially.
Yeah, they're running to go around the north side. No reason to sweep down if you know there's a team up there. with casualties on their side already. You know there's a team on the south side. Just do damage, force teams into each other. If they can kind of sheep herd STK down towards VP or Meta down towards FaZe Clan, that might be an opportunity for a third party for them. We'll see how this one pans on out. Everyone waiting for that next circle to pop. Who gets the shift going their way? Only Pureboy really playing the center, kind of alongside Silson right now, but neither of the two. So much they can do right now with 4-man teams on each their side. Let's see. Circle, where are we going? FaZe Clan, well, I'm not going to say you needed it, but this one has gone your way. Let's see if we can hold off.
Yeah, this one looking pretty nice for FaZe. And Meta, it's Silson and Wicked, not Sparking, Wicked. Oh, that one hits the tree branch, falls down right underneath it. Had somebody been behind that tree, that'd be a fantastic grenade. But nobody is home for that one. Pureboy still proning VP. I don't know that they've seen him or anything. I don't know that anyone would have suspected that he was here. Okay, well, Batuins is going to take him down, so Pureboy is gone. E36 out in 6th place. And the vehicles loaded up once again for Afrika. They moved up to the north, getting ready to potentially do that. Like you mentioned, pushing SDK out of it. But now they have to readjust and rethink.
I like how Afrika Freaks have played this. They've forced those two teams closer to one another by showing their presence on that hillside and SDK not really jumping on it. They have now forced them into a fight. If FaZe as well goes up towards Virtus.pro to tunnel them out, this might really work out for them. They're going down the other way now. Here they come straight towards Metagame, and they get the vehicle. They get to jump down behind, but they've all been tagged. They need to hide down. They need to get healed on up, and oh, Wicked almost takes down Ikari there. Kat does fall, but Silson is falling immediately in return. STK over the hilltop takes down one.
Well, EJ trying to take advantage of that. He sees that in the kill feed, pushing forward towards that area. And oh, great shots from Wicked. Gonna get Hikari knocked. Halo has EJ out in the open. EJ has to sprint back behind the smoke, able to get there just in time before he gets knocked as well. Look at that, 11 kills here for STK already. Akkad, EJ trying to get healed back up. Hikari on the ground, so it's going to be tough for them to get to him. Stuns coming through by Wicked to try to block off Afrika, but they're swarming around him, and a good flank by Hansia. Gonna get Wicked down.
4 teams left alive, 3 regions represented, was 4 just a moment ago. Hikari should be able to get back up on his feet. Who will get the third party? Who? Seems to me like this fight is evident. It will come to be. I would assume for Virtus.pro and for SDK, there's really only space for one team over this hilltop, and FaZe is sitting on one side waiting forward. On the other is Afrika Freaks. One goes down, that's Purdy to the nade. Will anything else come off of it? FaZe Clan, they are revving up towards it. Battlegrounds goes down in return. Luke falls down as well. So much damage on both sides, and FaZe are looking to try and third party on this.
Yeah, absolutely. FaZe is swinging in hard. Fuzzface, Uba up in front. It's going to be Uba going for the grenades. A lot of smoke obscuring it. Hireson going to be taken down by Fuzz. Really nicely done by him. Halo still holding on for SDK. Trying to find some way to buy as much time as he can. Another grenade going to be thrown here by Uba. It's right in the center of that smoke. It's going to finish off Spyro. But there is still Lou alive. Takes half damage himself. Hansia now. Afrika also trying to wrap in behind this entire fight.
Afrika Freaks, while all this has been going on the top side, they've been sitting down towards the south, trying to hold off, trying to find themselves into a better position. Afrika Freaks coming off their second place game last game, where they also had 4 players alive. They want to be able to bring this one home. Akkad holds his fire, spots one nade's now locked forward. Not sure if he's going to have the distance to go all the way there. Hikari spots a Virtus.pro player, Lewis, on his own. Can he find him? Yes, he can. 4v4, Afrika Freaks, you have a chance once again.
Wow, what a day for both of these teams, and someone's going to come home with a well-deserved victory, and someone is going to be left heartbroken once again in these weekly qualifiers. Now, let's see what Afrika can do. They're kind of on the downslope of the hill, mostly. FaZe is kind of the top part. There's the opening knock from Uba on to Akkad. Quick work with that mini. That guy, we know, he is absolutely capable of taking over a game, potentially just putting FaZe on his back, giving them the win. The res going to be attempted, but FaZe quickly trying to get on the move, trying to see if they could get the sight line, but no, there really isn't going to be the ability for them to push that far forward. Just too much open space between them and Afrika right now.
Look at Hikari playing pretty much the exact same position that Fuzz is. They're both being the contained players, saying, okay, if they come sweeping this way, you're the one to hold off in each direction. Hikari playing down here, waiting for maybe someone to push forward. No vest left remaining for EJ. Fresh level 3 and fresh level 3 for Uber. For both Uber and 80 fresh level 3 vests, that could end up being the reverse. And for FaZe, 3 fresh level 3 vests for FaZe Clan. The dot is in between all of them. No guarantees so far. Right now, it's a 2-2 split on the side of FaZe Clan and a 3-1 on the side of Afrika Freaks. They have 3 on the south side. They have 3 that could push over and maybe overman Gustav and Uber with some good shots. Hikari, though, in the meantime, is on his own towards the northwest.
Yeah, Afrika really going to try to overload that eastern half. See if they can maybe just get 2, maybe only lose 1 in the process. Try to take advantage of the number situation, potentially. They've kind of been able to scout a decent amount of phase before all of this. Since then, they probably have lost a bit of the sight lines onto the phase members. Neither team has been able to really get up and over the hills to see each other for very long, as we haven't had many shots fired. So, because typically players will just start shooting in a situation like this as soon as they see no reason not to. You want to try to get that damage. You want to try to get that knock.
They played the 3-1 with 3 on the east side. Now they go back to playing the 3-1, but on the opposite. They're keeping EJ behind on the east. That is, of course, Afrika Freaks. They have kind of committed to this west side push. Gustav is the flank on one side. EJ is on the other. It's just moments now before all kinds of hell will break loose between these two teams.
All right, the grenade's going to hit EJ, give him about half damage. Molly's up in front to try to slow things up, maybe catch some damage as well. Akkad, that grenade a little bit over his head. Hansia Hikari working up along that top line. Going to follow the edge of the blue. EJ still prone over there. AT as well. Going to get down on the knees and the elbows and start scurrying forward. EJ waiting with that barrel. It's going to be Gustav and Uba still over here. Stun up and over. EJ has a tough task ahead of him if they push.
He's trying to prevent this east side flank. You can see all the players ahead. They're jumping around. They're looking for him. Did they spot one? I'm not sure if they did. Still have a nade. EJ, you got to throw that nade before you go down. You cannot go down to blue. They have them in the corner right now. They have them below on the hillside. Now they spot the first one. Hansia finds Gustav once, falls down, and throws down immediately after. This is the fight that was about to come. HC spotted as well. They're caught in the corner. Uber finds one in return. Hansia goes down. Akkad finds one more. It's a 3v1 now. All of a sudden, FaZe all cornered and down. They go. Bus. Last one to fall, and finally, for Afrika Freaks, they get themselves the win. Today, they have had 2 second places and a 4th place. They've been in placement points all games, and finally, your Korean team paper makes it to the finals.
It's a hell of a day for the Freaks, and wiping the eyes because of all the pressure. It is so difficult, just the stress that had to be building up for this team. EJ, Akkad there on your screen are feeling it. Smiles from Hikari. What a round to close this one out for Afrika. We have one more game to go, of course, but for the Freaks, they join T1 and Gen G in the weekly finals for Korea. I mean, this is heartbreaking. Like I said, it was going to be heartbreaking for either team, and for FaZe, it has just been such a fantastic qualifiers. They just can't get that win, Toby.
It reminds me of Infantry the week before last week. They had, what, 3 third places and 2 second places. FaZe are getting very close to the same numbers. That was their 3rd second place in this week. Almost back-to-back. I mean, had Afrika Freaks lost that would have been back-to-back second places. It's tough, and it's got to take a mental toll of you. Being that close, knowing that you're doing so many things right over the span of such a long game and still fall short, it's got to be so incredibly tough.
No, mentally it is just draining, and as this tournament goes along, it gets harder and harder because there's more and more on the line, more and more money to be made if you can make it to those weekly finals, get one of those top 4 spots, and the winner chicken dinner this time around gonna fall to the hands of Afrika Freaks, and they continue their streak of making these weekly finals. And of course, they won the very first week, looking to see if they can get another win in here, get some more money in the bag.
So much to analyze off of that end game. I mean, we get to see 2 minutes of just 2 teams playing chess, essentially, moving around, trying to force each other into bad positions. I love the fact that EJ kept crawling forward. He never gave up his position while the other guys went over to the west side. We saw so many small shifts in between there. While everyone else went west, he said, you know what, I'm gonna stay here. I will be the anchor. If they get to me, I will do everything I can to hold them up, because he knew where they were playing from. They were on the backside of the hill, and the Afrika Freaks, they pinned them down. They got the kills. Now let's see from the Koreans what they have to say after such a great win there.
PGI.S Weekly Survival Week 4. Our Africa Freaks finally made it to the weekly finals. I am here with player Hikari. Congratulations! Things got really intense towards the end. I'm sure there were a lot of disappointing moments on all the matches today. How did you guys take care of the matches today? So we tried to really encourage each other, even if some of our teammates were eliminated during the games, and I think that really helped. You guys have been making it to the weekly finals every week now. Do you remember how many games it took to make it to the finals in the first week? You guys made it in 15 matches, and you guys won the weekly finals that weekend. So maybe you guys can win the weekly finals this weekend too? So hopefully we can win the weekly finals, and please keep supporting us. Your Pick Them Challenge ranking has gone down just a little. Do you guys want to just quickly give a shout out to your fans? Hopefully in this weekend's weekly finals we can play a lot better, so hopefully you guys can vote for us more. There's one more match left now. Is there a team that you're wishing that would make it to the finals last? No, not in particular. Whoever makes it, we'll be ready for them. Thank you so much for your interview. And you guys did really great. Congratulations.
네, 이렇게 해서 15번째 매치에서는 아프리카 프릭스가 치킨을 가져갑니다.
Africa Freaks are able to make it through to the weekly final, and they're looking to regain the glory of week 1, as previously mentioned here, as our Korean host looks to find the patterns in the wins leading to victory down the line. I'm joined by Hypoc and Clover here to take a look at this game, and again, finally, Africa Freaks makes it here into the final, Hypoc.
Yeah, I feel like we've had a handful of teams this week there, especially towards day 3, where we can say have really, earned the chance to come through to the weekly finals, but haven't been able to get that win. And unfortunately, now coming into match 16, I think we've still got pretty much the majority of that handful of teams, right? Africa Freaks finally closing out, but my God, what was it? The top 5 teams there were all teams that we could throw into that argument.
Yeah, definitely so. FaZe, VP were in there, STK were in there as well. Crazy, like the top 4 was a fantastic top 4 here, Clover, but only one can survive.
Yeah, I mean, I think we even kind of talked about it while we were watching, that these were everybody we just spent talking on the desk, the people that we've been watching all week, we think they have the potential to win. So for Africa to make it in the top 2 against FaZe, right, the 2 teams that I think we're really hoping to see some growth from, that was a really hard finish, and both teams took that very patiently. I think that pivotal moment with Hikari and Fuzzface not really pushing each other, whoever had done that would have probably been the one to affect it for the other team. And so that patience really paid off, though. At the end, of course, Hakad winning out those solos. And real quick, to double back onto that play with Iroh getting flashed and clearing out that House of Dom 1Q was just absolutely superb. But
no, indeed.
You carry that a little bit more in the late game.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Normally, like Hypoc, what I'm focusing a lot on here is brilliant plays and stuff like that. Yes, Iroh had a brilliant play, but let's be quite frank, what an absolute disaster by Damwon Kier over there.
It was, yeah. I mean, that entire fight over that one building was, painful to watch at times. There were so many opportunities for TSN to be cleaned out in a relatively clean fashion. Yes, SDK were providing a lot of pressure from the top of the hill, but there was so much utility wasted, James. And I can't help but think, towards the end of that, the fact that it does come down to just a pop flash from Iroh is kind of a byproduct of that.
Well, there you go. Africa Freaks absolutely elated with their advancement on. Meanwhile, FaZe, not so much. And Africa Freaks will make it in number 15th spot. And FaZe here, being the victims once again, has one more opportunity. But alongside other teams that we've already mentioned, VP, STK, to a lesser extent, TSG, who started off this week fantastically, Hypoc. But now where are they? They need to shape up right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to come down to the last and see, like I said, some teams trending really, really well on the week. I mean, TSG I don't want to say they've kind of tapered off a little bit. FaZe and VP have shown incredible consistency this week. STK as well. I mean, I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast that, like, as far as they're concerned, they play some of the best PUBG they have so far. So to have that perspective themselves, it's truly heartbreaking to see it come out. But this is how grueling the weekly survival is, right? None of it matters. Absolutely none of it matters until you get that win. So to have 4 teams now, having been on the cusp so many times coming into this final game, it's going to be a thriller.
And I bet VP and FaZe, Clover, off the back of this game, thought that they were set up quite nicely when they'd taken residency in Lipovka. Obviously, the circle will very usually, 9.9 times out of 10, shift away from that due to where the water is positioned. But they were both able to rotate in very nicely from Lipovka. And then from there, the campaign didn't quite work out.
No, and there was a couple of teams that weren't in that Lipovka area, but coming in from the south, most notably, I think Meta and Afrika, right? That would have been a big threat for FaZe, and then VP kind of keeping an eye on those teams that were coming in from the north, so they didn't really have any reason to push each other, which I think was even better for them to stay alive much longer. But again, I mean, that was a really awkward circle. There's a lot of water. Lipovka isn't an area we typically see played as much, but in the end, the win, of course, going to Afrika.
And here you can see them getting the job done. And now with only one more game remaining, who is going to advance? I think regardless of who advances on from this position here, Hypoc, is we're losing a big name or 2 big names or 3 big names going into that weekly final.
Yeah, for sure. And also to consider losing a big name and losing some of the prize-winning leaders, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we've got FaZe, STK, VP, all in a very comfortable position in terms of cumulative earnings so far. Dare I say, none of them get through. Yes, you could say it leaves the back door open, but this week is the biggest in terms of influence on that, right? We're talking about doubling up these prize pools due to crowdfunding. It's going to be pretty evident there's going to be another leader after it if none of these guys come through.
Yeah, another one of those big names that potentially doesn't make it, as well as 4 Angry Men. And I think this is kind of almost knock-on effects, I suppose, Clover, for them. They had a bit of a rougher time in those reseeding matches after kind of falling into those and not having too many games to mess around with now. Only one more lifeline for 4 Angry Men as well.
Yeah, I don't know what has gotten into them this week. Obviously, they did bring God V back after he had that, time off due to dealing with an illness, but something isn't quite working for them. This is not the 4 AM that we know and expect, and I think that they're losing fights that they necessarily shouldn't be. And so we really, if they don't make it through for this next game, I think they really need to go into the bottom 16, work things out so that they come out stronger next week.
And with that, we're going to go to a short break here. So when we return, one more game determines our number 16 spot moving in to that weekly finals. Join us right after this for more PGI.S.
Athletes are always challenging themselves to get better. You've seen this in all sports. Esports is no exception. You can never predict the outcome. The only thing you can control is how ready you are. Over and over, players adapt, trying to improve, fighting hard for every percent gained. Give everything you've got to the challenge and show your finest. Bring your best out. Strive for perfection. It's our goal, too.
me to gamble, I wanna check. Climbing and climbing, I'm humble, yeah. I'm in my squad, feeling like I know I'm the greatest, I crumble, yeah. Made it from the bottom to the top, I did it there. Got these other players, never fighting, breathing for air. Aiming and lock it. Shoot. Winner takes it all. Taking it all. no more breaking in his mind. What? Are you ready? Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have me, let it guarantee. Cause the winner takes it all. You ready?
Welcome back, everyone. One more game, one more team qualifies for the Week 4 weekly finals. It has been a crazy one of Freak of Freaks taking the last game, besting Fuzzface. I was going to say Fuzzface besting FaZe in a 4v4 in that last game. And Paperthin and Toby here to bring you this last one. Toby, my word, these last couple games, the finishes have just been chef's kiss.
It's been a while since I've almost literally run out of voice come end of a day. Normally I can cast for a pretty long time, but these games have just been hyped all the way through. It's been so much action from start to finish, and understandably so. These teams want to win the games and make it to the weekly finals. They want to get out of here. They want to make it in. Now we're bringing Battlegrounds as well, a team that we've seen before, be pretty damn good at these end game situations. There's no saying what's going to happen once they join the battlefield. But as the cast, like as the desk alluded to earlier, no matter who makes it through now, we're gonna see big names fall short, and it's not just one or two. I mean, there's a lot of them that still haven't made their way through.
Yeah, I mean, just there's so many different teams you can point to right now that haven't qualified yet, whether it be from EU, China, Korea, NA, APAC, all the regions, LATAM, everybody's represented here. And for Buriram, this is quite a fascinating one. You come into a Miramar where you've had the Canaxi magic happen. Can they find that magic again here? Can they get that win? I really wonder about Buriram's mindset coming into this game, Toby. One game, that's it. And are you going to play normal Buriram where you just kind of run around on the edge of the circle and just take fights? Or are you going to try something maybe a little more conventional?
I guess only time will tell. We are just about a half minute out of getting this game started. You can see Fuzzface there. I don't know if it was the motivational speech. It was him sitting and bobbing his head back and forth, getting ready, getting hyped up. This music for sure is going to get us hyped up because we are about to head on over to the battlefield one last time here in week number 4, Paper. It's going to be Miramar. We've seen the team succeed on Miramar. We've seen crazy things unfold on Miramar, whether it will be the team that gets the compound in phase 1 that gets to sit tight and win the game off of it, or if it's going to be a crazy slaughter in the open, I cannot foretell. One thing's for sure, this is going to be a good one.
No doubt about it. The plane is up in the air. We are underway with the last game of the day. And all right, a couple things here, guys. Just a reminder, PGI.S presented by Intel, where the gaming happens. And if you are just tuning in, you missed some of the games earlier, be not afraid. The VODs are available either on YouTube or Twitch. And if you're looking for it on YouTube, just PUBG Esports, go ahead and subscribe to that channel. You can catch all the games, all the VODs will be there. Also, the map stream, PUBG Esports map on Twitch. Make sure you're watching it. Very important, very helpful for these games. And I'm going to put you on the spot here, Toby. Pick a team. Who's winning?
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna blindfold this one and say 4 a.m. I looked over towards the map stream. That was the first team my eyes caught because they were pretty much in the center of the map. I'm going 4 a.m. with this one.
Okay.
What about you? You gotta pick one.
TSG.
You know that is not a bad pick. We're going full China. I like it. Full China for the final game. We'll see whether that's going to be the case or not. Just about 28 to 30 minutes from now, depending, of course, on how the last games unfold. And we talked earlier about. I mean, it's only a 5-game day today, but it feels like a 9-game day today. These games are all so long. It all comes down to the final circle. I mean, we've seen games the last 2. How wide has the circles been? 10 meters, maybe. And oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let's make it rude once more. FaZe, well, you're in the vicinity. Furia, once again, we talked about this earlier today as well. Furia, you get to pick and choose exactly what you want. And for everyone else, happy travels. There's a bit of distance down to that one.
No doubt about it. For Buriram, they were bullied out of Al Azhar earlier, so they go a little bit further west. Division X just to their north. Damwon Kia underneath them as they join the lobby and try to do the impossible to get the one game win, to come in cold and try to find the heat. Noadra gonna get in his buggy and move along. Now, this is gonna be, I mean, this is like, all the games are tense, but this last one, the most tense of them all. And I can't even imagine, but that's part of what makes things like this great, like the emotion that you're seeing from the players and the teams. I mean, that's what competition is all about. There's going to be winners, there's going to be losers. That's part of what makes these things so exciting.
That's what we talked about, right? You can have an entire season of performance in any sport and win every game in the regular season and have like break records in that regard, but if you don't finish that up with winning the finals, then that winning season is kind of going to be forgotten, right? That's the same thing here. You can play as well as you want to, but if you can't grab that win, well, it doesn't matter. So many second places for some teams, so many third places, so many just overall top 5 finishes, but in the end, the win is all that matters. And while a lot of teams have been close, only 15 have made it through, and these remaining 16 now they're gonna fight it out. There's no doubt about it. It's gonna be an all brawl type finish here.
Absolutely. This one's going to be quite fascinating, and I wouldn't be too surprised to see this be relatively passive. You know, the last one we saw a pretty deep south circle, and we didn't see a whole lot of fighting early on. It was very much just teams trying to get into the circle, even though a few of them kind of crossing paths early and kind of having the same ideas rotationally. They were still settling up pretty close to each other without fighting unless they absolutely had to in some situations. So I think my gut kind of tells me that maybe this will be the same. You never know. Sometimes teams just kind of get wild, and what a frag.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it is, I mean, again, the format taken into perspective, there's always, I mean, maybe not, okay, so they're 99% of the time, completely correct statistic, by the way, you have risk involved with trying to shoot at someone else. There's always going to be the what if there's a guy over there, what if there's a guy over here, what if something goes wrong. I think that's why so maybe not in the very early game, but like phase 2, phase 3, where teams would normally opt to pull up and take these fights with one another. That's where we see, let's just drive past the others instead of stopping and taking the fight, because we need to keep those 4 guys alive come late game, now more than ever. I mean, we've seen it multiple times now where a team, just because they lose one, could be for whatever reason in the mid to early game, they just don't have the firepower, they don't have what is needed to go out and win those late game fights. So this game being all about the victory, you want to set yourself up as best as you can, and I think taking those early engagements very often, almost always, just won't pay off.
Absolutely, and I think we've seen it here today, Toby, that having 4 up in the end, crucial to getting these victories. So getting your team alive all the way, all of them alive all the way through, has shown to be really important. And I mean, we've been gifted with some wonderful finishes today, the last 2 in particular, with 2 very interesting, very well fought 4v4s. It just goes to show you how good these teams are, how patient, how disciplined they all are, how everything that they've worked so hard for throughout their entire careers is all culminating in this event. Now, of course, we still have plenty of action here in this event. Still, even after this week, 2 more weeks to go. And what a wonderful thing this is. What a absolutely just beautiful event we have. And I mean, it's just been so fun start, and it's gonna finish great, I imagine.
And I think regardless of whether teams do end up qualifying, I mean, there will only be one of these teams, obviously, to make it through, but regardless of whether you win or not, there's going to be a lot you can take away. I mean, it sounds weird, but having like this mental stress, while you don't, of course, enjoy it while it's happening, it's a good learning lesson for tournaments to come. This, I would assume, for pretty much all these players, will not be the last big PUBG tournament that they play. So getting used to the amount of mental pressure they're under in this game in particular, having to win this one very last game. Everyone can win it. There's no, oh, you're in 16th place coming into this, so you can't do it. Everyone can go out and make finals after this. Having been under this pressure, I think it's going to make future tournaments for all these guys in this competition more mentally manageable.
Yeah, it's just been incredible to see, even throughout this event, how these teams have been able, some of them have been able to level up, really kind of adjust their strategies, their ideas, adapt to not just the tournament format, but also the teams around them, the level of play. All these different things come into effect. Now, E36 joined us in the previous game, so only one more to make an attempt to do this. Detonation Gaming White is above them, face. It's going to be shooting, and Gokuri there. Gonna get away. I think he might have taken a bit of damage indeed, but the tires are still fresh on the buggy at least, so he's got that going for him.
You know you have a mini when you do 12 damage to someone with the DMR. That's I think it said 12. Might have said 18, but it looked like 12. I'm like, well, that's a BB gun. Unfortunate. Couldn't get the knockdown. Not that it would have made much of a difference, but at least for FaceClan, they do get to scare opponents off. TSG, well, that's the team you wanted to win. They're fighting early, and who other than the team that just joined us now? Burrim, nice read on that one. Shandia expecting the nades to come flying his way, backs off, goes down on the side of the hill where he knows his team can do something to maybe suppress fire up in the direction. And for Edie and for Burrim, I mean, we're still a solid kilometer outside the circle. Again, a fight you don't really have to take, and maybe try and back off now, see if you can get back down the hill and get into the circle to come for him. In the meantime, pulling up towards CSM.
Yeah, but it's Buriram. I don't know that they know how to turn it off. I don't know that they can back off of that fight once they feel like it. Although I look at the map and then maybe they will. TSM jostling for control over the church by Chumacera, and it's going to be Vard throwing down some fire forever. No problems. He's on the stairs, so he's not going to take any damage from that. Lou and Crazy trying to get around the backside of this. Wookie holding by the altar. And then it's going to be Shaolu readjusting his direction, and 4AM trying to counter move around the outside of this. And this one, both these teams are pretty dug in here, Toby. I imagine this is just going to kind of have to happen one way or another.
And that's the issue with this position, right? You can't really, once you commit, you can't really back out. There's no, I mean, okay, so fair enough. There actually is, to some extent, for TSM, they could try and back out towards the west side, but then once they start driving, 4AM can just sprint on through and start shooting him in the back, and they don't want to have that happen either, of course. Now, Furrier as well, it's not going to make things any easier. They're charming in too. So 4AM and TSM, as you're saying, kind of stuck and forced to take this fight.
And this is the team you picked, 4AM, and they're scary up close and personal. So is TSM, no doubt about it. As we saw with Iroh alone, is a force to be reckoned with. But well, maybe 4AM kind of a fighting retreat here. Maybe they kind of realize discretion, the better part of valor. They're trying to maybe rethink this. Turtle, living up to his name, crouched behind a building here, just waiting for K7 to go around. He's making his move around the building, trying to stay out of the sightlines of the K7 members, trying to poke out, get some damage, but Savior there to return fire from the back line.
Yep, Savior, solid angle, tries to hold off Senna, did fall down. There is one more round, only 48 damage on Turtle, finds one more. Only phase one, so not the biggest scare in terms of blue damage right now. There is still Savior on the backside. You don't want to leave yourself exposed to him, so he knows there's one around here. Oh, damage comes in, and finally, Turtle will be dealt with. So, a little bit of a scare, but fortunately all of K7 should be able to get back on their feet. Circle in the meantime has shifted south, and as I say that, Lewis is actually around here now as well, miles out of what will be the next circle, as that one shifted all the way down towards the south.
This is an ego push by LG Divine. There's no other way to describe this. They want to try to finish this off potentially, or they just grab a vehicle. Okay, I was going to say, if they fight this, that is 100% ego. That is just... They want to kind of make K7 pay for taking Turtle down, but they do just grab their vehicle and run. I was gonna be very surprised if LG Divine went and fought that. I was gonna be would have been extremely uncharacteristic of them. So they don't do it. They got it.
Of all the teams, Divine would not be the one to take a forced fight outside the circle like that. So they get away, and also we saw briefly TSM trying to disengage from the 4AM situation. I believe that they managed to do so. Face, they're now realizing that opponents are coming in close. VP over the hilltop. EU on EU action has never really been much of a saying. It's always kind of been NA on NA, but within this tournament, within this week in particular, they have been running side by side, shoulder to shoulder, forcing fights with one another all week long.
Well, and I think you see this because these regions, there's metas that evolve in the regions over the course of the 2020 year, and therefore a lot of the ideas are kind of similar on how to approach the game, and how to approach the circles, what spots are good, what spots are really desirable, and those kind of things. And a lot of these teams are seeing the same things in their in their replays, in their practices, and these kind of things. So it's not super surprising to me in some ways to constantly see the regions kind of butting heads with each other, whether it be NA, EU, Korea, China, these kind of things. I think a lot of it just has to do with that they play against each other a lot, and like I mentioned, the metas kind of get, baked in the oven because of that.
Well, we speak of meta, and here they come up the hill from the west down towards Val del Mar. They go. You can't see them on the minimap just yet, but they are actually pretty close to Virtus Pro, just on the western side of what the minimap is showing you. Penta is looking over here as well, so there are enough teams engaged in what could be a fight. I mean, it is one of the few compounds in the very center of what is the current circle. We'll see if it remains that way with the next circle to come in just a minute's time, but you can see Shoot to Kill not really in a hurry to give up their position and engage in this fight.
No, absolutely not. There's no reason for them to. They can hunker down. They can wait this one out. They can watch what's going on, get the information around them. And around there, on the left-hand side of the screen, is another code, the last one of the day. So get that in there into your PUBG game. Get it in there quick.
Yeah, no other way around it. Get yourself
get your oh, for the code. You're just I thought there was something else more interesting. No, I'm just kidding. The codes are amazing too. So yes, you are allowed to gasp at those.
Yes, codes. That's I'm doing it on behalf of all the Twitch goblins, all the chat guys. I just gonna go take those codes, get those coupons in, get yourself some EP, get yourself some cool skins with it as well, and showcase them in the game when you go in and play yourself. Divine, they have made their way inside the circle. Let's see now, phase 3. It can still include water. It can still include unplayable mountains. Where are we headed? We're headed down towards the south. So next one should keep Kia, STK, face. That whole area should kind of send up around there. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. It should be, but for now, everyone are going to try and fight their way in from the north, because the whole hillside that we see down towards the south, it's just a big flat, like not flat, big, like open, bald hill, and there's just not a lot you can really utilize that for, at least not right now.
Whoa, bald.
Yeah, I was looking for another word. I knew you were going to comment on it, too. I couldn't find another word. I had to go with it. Sorry, Faber. Sorry.
You're allowed. You're allowed. I'll allow it this time, Toby. No problem. I see how it is. I'll just have to find something to get you for later. All right. So TSM joining the party over by FaZe. So more EU teams kind of settling up next to each other. Ooh, Curdy. Getting more knocks. Purdy's been playing out of his mind these last couple of rounds. Really, he looks so good. When the pressure is on, he's been playing fantastic throughout this tournament. Just been an absolute pleasure to watch him lead this STK squad to many great performances throughout this tournament.
TSM, they are pushing up close, and we talked about fights and how, first of all, you don't want to have to take them early on, but if you have to, get them over and done with as fast as humanly possible, because you never know who's over the next hill already. So third party bot spots one. June, down to low HP, will be taken down with a little help from STK behind as well. Divine will be eliminated. First team to, for sure, not make it through to the weekly finals of this match, as they fall in 16th.
Yeah, the struggles continue for the team from Vietnam. They just haven't been able to get through very well. And there goes Murado back down the hill. Whoops-a-daisies. Forgot to set the parking brake. So down it goes. Bye. And that one's going to YOLO itself out of this round. Furia has got to be pretty well pinned outside of that circle. But there are 3 more members up on top of the hill. Godby should have enough time to heal. It is only phase 3. Phase 3 is pretty manageable when you're inside of it. It's after this that it really gets pretty difficult to sustain any kind of time out in the blue.
By the way, one of the unsung storylines of this game that maybe people watching the map stream has realized is that Long from DXG, he was 5 kilometers away from his teammates earlier. When they were all the way down south, he was still up in Minas because he flipped a vehicle. And he got here, and well, now he's getting... I'm sorry, Long. I tried to give your storyline. Don't die on me now. Don't die on me as I'm trying to build some hype for you. But he made it down to his teammates, and I guess that's what he gets for flipping a vehicle when there's no one else nearby.
Dude, if I was any player in this lobby right now, I'd be messaging you to not talk about me, because all week you have been cursing the heck out of people, man. Oh, I don't know what you've got. I don't know what kind of juju you've managed to summon, but it ain't good. All right, Godby, speaking of bad juju, he's going to get taken off of a bike out there, and that's going to be him down and out. Purdy picking up another one, and yeah, it does kind of set her up in that direction you were talking about, but a little bit more west than maybe we were expecting.
we saw the map and we saw how open that whole center of the new circle is. There is just nothing you can play there. It's so incredibly open, and with the compound still on the south side, it's not gonna. It's just really, really difficult to play around that side of the circle. That's why That's why there wasn't anyone there before, and that's why probably there won't be too many teams going that way now. 4am once again in trouble. Under solid headshot over the top. Gets himself a knock, gets himself a flush with it. Now DXG, they do get long up again. Sorry, I'm not going to talk about you. Just rotate.
What have you done? No, they're okay. He's still alive. Oh, Detonation Gaming White, don't do it. Just stay down there. Although eventually they're going to have to move and probably fight DXG. TSG as well underneath this. So a couple of these teams on the Eastern Edge have a bit of a challenge. Although TSG could try to fight Dom 1 Kia for that compound if they want. And DXG driving up to the other side of 4am in their own little valley next to them. Neil, T, and Fergus out first. Buriram coming in late. They might fight Detonation Gaming White. Oh, good grenade. Wow. That gets some damage. And yep. Buriram wants to fight.
Solid attempt with an 8 there. Fortunately for Detonation Gaming White, as much as Canaxi and Buriram wants to fight, they are ready. At least for now, with the response. Noadra somewhat isolated on the rock there. They want to be able to get him back up on his feet, but Nate's still coming over. And look at this while we're looking the other way. DXG in trouble for him while only being 2 players alive. They are still very angry and very dangerous. And DXG, sorry long, out they go. 15th place for Division X Gaming.
Yikes. Yeah, that was not ideal there for Division X, 4am. Still very dangerous, like you mentioned, even with 2 up. Bookie going to be knocked for TSM. SDK looming, as well as Furia pushing in. Miraku going to get taken down by a grenade, but it is going to be Kill Demo who finds the grenade of Miraku as well. So a trade there so far. Nawadra has been rezzed for Buriram. Detonation Gaming White. They play great defense, but they kind of have to reach out a bit to get into Buriram at all if that's what they so choose to do. Melifo's already been taken down. Machao down to 1 hit point after that engagement, and trying to find angles. Gokri has to worry about TSG behind him as well. So Buriram, you need to shoot. You need to pull the trigger when you see somebody. There you go, Gokri. A little bit slow on the reaction. They're going to see more up over the hill. Buriram's going to have to do a fighting maneuver up through the blue. Detonation Gaming White as well, but both teams doing critical damage to each other. Buriram only 1 left alive, and Gokri should be able to get the job done. He is. Detonation Gaming White, but they go down with TSG behind.
So much collateral damage. All these teams taking casualties. TSG the ones to clean it up, and they make some space for themselves. Now on the other side, STK trying to hold off, and they're succeeding, at least for now. Furia down to just 1 player left alive. Not gonna happen. TSM as well eliminated. Second week, they fall short of the weekly final. Surprise to many, I would assume. Let's see now. Shoot to kill, still up and alive. 8 kills already with 40 players still alive. They need to get the rest up to Penta. Alo is down there, and they do get it back on his feet.
Yeah, and I'm a little worried about TSG over the top for SDK. Kill Demo as well with that AUG with a great spray on a Purdy. Curdy, another one. Gonna get the double. Luke 12 knocked now as well. So up to Alo and Penta underneath. Penta trying to get up in here with Alo, and they are gonna be able to do it. Penta gonna save the day. That's why you bring him in at 4am here. Gonna go down to E36. Coming alive, getting some kills. All right. I like to see it. STK now has to deal with the push from TSG. TSG trying to see if they can take advantage of the battered, the bruised, maybe win a fight and then open up a lot of space on this northeastern side if they can win this.
I like TSG push up over the hills up here, as you said. I mean, get yourself some more space to work around. If you get the kill here, you essentially clear out at least 500 meters that you can play. Oh, that nade! So much damage coming into both of them, but unfortunately, didn't really clutch anything with it. Penta will be able to stay alive. Let's see if the second, is that a molly thrown second? Couldn't quite tell. No, Penta gets to stay alive. Luke is knocked, first knock, I believe, so there might be a slim chance for him to get the res up. Smokes are there, the cover is there, but they will be running in. You can see the way the TSG are positioning. They will be running into trouble should they try and leave this position, which unfortunately for right now is outside the circle. Mao Yi taken down by Wicked. I mean, Meta, while everything else is kind of unfolded, Meta has managed to take a really good center position in the circle.
Yeah, Meta's been pretty quiet, but there you go. It allows them to find that center spot like you talked about, and it's pretty good shooting there. Now Uba looked over towards GEX, but doesn't really seem to be wanting to get involved in it, and I think this makes a lot of sense. There's no reason to shoot at this. Let GEX fight VP here and just see what comes out of it. Now we have CC up over the top, gets some pretty decent damage into Hyruzen, gonna get the knock. Now he's taking some damage of his own. It's actually Meta coming alive from behind. Now FaZe is like, well, if Meta's gonna get involved, we might as well too. VP, Spyro, Batulins still up. Gonna have to go for reses. Shoot to kills. Pentalol hasn't died yet. TSG hasn't been able to suss him out. And they had a knock of their own. They're gonna have to deal with. Under comes up over the top, has a good shot with that SKS. Looking for one more Under. Oh, I bet he wishes he could have that back. Gonna spray up. And he's gonna go for the grenade next. Here come a little bit of reinforcements as well. But Volleybear says, no, great grenade from Under. Finds the finish on it too, but here comes Gustav. He gets Under, down and out. There's Indigo down as well, so Kia Damwon overextends to try to get to TSG.
The battle for hilltop control continues, and right now FaZe are the ones sitting up on it. Will the circle go their way there, or will they have to crawl back down on the other side? Damwon down to just 2 players. Circle shifts to the east. There is practically no one over here. Everyone tried to wrap west of the mountain. The entire east was the bloodbath area in many, many circles just prior, and now everyone has to make their way here. Look at the team that's coming in from below. Enterforce, they've had the compound for a while. They can play into the bottom of it now with actually quite a decent amount of space to play around.
I mean, I gotta be honest, Damwon Kia, I've got to question that push out. I understand you want a third-party TSG. I understand that normally that'd be a great move, like under the normal kill setting rules, but this is all about the win, and you haven't gotten one yet, and you could have just locked this compound down and maybe given yourself a good chance. I don't know. It's in my mind, it's maybe not the best decision because you expose yourself to the other side of the circle.
You expose yourself, but at the same time, had they had to leave the compound and there being a team sitting above them, that would have made for a really hard exit from that from that compound. Let's see now. Virtus.pro looking over, trying to see if they can get a kill down below. Gustav in the meantime over the top. He finds himself a double kill. So TSG eliminated. Neither of us knew how to predict who was going to win this one. It seems Meta in the meantime finds Batulins as Virtus.pro still in trouble trying to make their way in.
Well, Silzen gonna get knocked here by Lou. Lou has another one lined up. Finally, the return fire is good. Sparking doesn't quite see Lou prone well enough. I don't know that he'd have an angle anyway. Hires in Spyro, working down the side of the hill now. They're gonna win for the res. There you go, Wicked and Sparking gonna combine fire, gonna find Lou. There's a rock here for Hyruzen and his teammate. And let's see what they can do now. They've got those minis blasting away. Grenades could be good. They find the mark. Are they going to bounce up over that rock? Yes, but they don't connect really. VP does a really nice job maneuvering out of the way.
Smart disengage from Virtus.pro, and they try to stay alive as best as they can in an area of the map where there really isn't a whole lot for them to do. Sparking looks for a kill. They know they have FaZe sitting over the top as well, and FaZe arguably, at least for now, in a better position in the circle. And they look at the overview they have from up here. Gustav finds his kill number 5. We've told FaZe before. We know about the FaZe Sunday. Here they are with 9 kills already. Gustav does get knocked though, but the rest should be safe on the hilltop.
Oh boy, yeah, we've seen him do it in the last game of the weekly qualifiers before. FaZe has magic. Everybody knows it. If you've been watching PUBG Esports for forever, it's just been the story of FaZe. There's always magic in the bottle. And let's see if they can uncork it, pull off another big one once again. Gustav has been raised, and Uba continues to watch from down below. E36 works their way up from the south to the north. They continue these strong pushes. Good shooting there. It's going to be Gustav actually taking down Savior, getting in the knock on to Loxlock. So K7 looks to be out of the circle and potentially out of this game here very shortly.
FaZe gets to stay up on the hilltop. I was looking for the circle. If it's going to shift down, they would be in trouble. But their little bit of hill is still in to play around. So they will be able to sit up here for at least a little while longer. We can see this hill, should they have to get down from here, it would be a either a billion smokes or somewhat of a full speed sent down the hill. But for now, they get to sit tight. Meta somehow managed to get full back up alive as well. They used the shack as a nursery, got them all healed on up, and they play with 4 now as well. Enterforce 36, same history. Sitting on the south side, they keep all 4 alive. On the east, though, that Damwon Kia, and on the west, K7. They have a very, very tough task ahead of them.
Yeah, most definitely now. It is going to be very, very difficult to work the sides of these steep cliffs. You know, do your best mountain goat impersonation here and kind of try to ride the sides and get through. Sungjong still has that Murado available and enough of the hill underneath FaZe to push up ahead. Gustav, though, trying to work through the side. I think he might have saw the back of Sungjong's backpack there. So he's going to let loose with that frag grenade, and it's not going to find the mark. Sungjong had repositioned himself, proning as well to avoid any critical grenade damage. You can minimize that pretty nicely. Is the cover fire going to be good here for Damwon Kia? Sungjong avoiding disaster so far. Smokes out in front of him. Eventually, those will fade away as he is the last one alive for Damwon Kia.
Let's see how much damage can it do to FaZe, and also for Meta, how do they react to this? If they realize that FaZe pushed down the hillside, they might want to try and claim control. Only thing is, as you can see here, Interforce might be able to get an angle on them should they try to go up. Songyang will fall down. FaZe get the annihilation. Damwon out in fourth. We have 3 teams left, and what better than having 3 teams all with 4 players alive for the final chicken of the weekly survival.
We couldn't ask for a better finish, Toby. I can't wait to get to it. 12 kills for FaZe, looking to try to right the ship here in the very last round. But E36 and Meta both want this. E36 coming in late to the situation. Meta has been around for quite some time, almost since the very beginning. They were the very first team to join us, so in the second game. So it's been 15 for them, looking to get into their first weekly finals, trying to be to follow up with Furia, who was able to do it in the first week. Where is our Phase 8 circle going down towards E36? So E36 going to be continued to allow to work bottom to top here.
Japan gets the circle. Fuss and the rest of the FaZe players will have to make their way in. We can see the open terrain in the middle. There's a reason no one's claimed it, because there really is not a whole lot to claim. Right now, Meta cannot get eyes on FaZe or the Interforce 36 players. They need to wrap over towards the hilltop, but Upa is still up there looming large on the very hilltop. So will he be able to get eyes on them, or will he not? No one wants to make the first move. Everybody wants to get a chance for third party, but for now, it's Interforce 36. Stay alive on the hills, but now stay alive below the hill underneath, and somehow force these 2 teams to fight one another. Headshot comes in. Upa hits it, but he has to leave that hill very soon.
Yeah, this gets a little awkward for Meta with FaZe above them. Not sure what the smoke situation is like, but they're going to have to try to cut off some of that vision of FaZe. The problem is, of course, is that E36 right in the sight lines of their movement path as well, sort of. But at least with E36, maybe you have a more even fight and try to see if you can get FaZe more focused on E36's position. Sato does have the Mark 14, so the level 3 gear going to be available for them as this one rolls on. But we've seen that teams are able to overcome that. We saw Afrika able to overcome that in the last game when FaZe had a lot of level 3 gear themselves, but there's still a Murado here for FaZe as well, so they need to make a desperate move. They have some kind of ability to do it. Maybe a little run and gun could come into play too.
To wait and see. Wicked trying to hold the backside angle while the remaining players push further forward. They're in a 2-1-1 split now, trying to claim some sort of control. Wicked, the worst thing that could happen for him is if he gets isolated, and he does. Pure Boy from below able to find him. There should be no way for him to get back up alive. Fuss FaZe goes for a peek, takes damage in return. Now you can see the circle. It's forcing FaZe Clan to make a move. FaZe, so many good games today, just short of the win. And for both Meta and Interforce 36, if one of them win, that will be their respective first times in the weekly finals. So much at stake here. Meta, they have claimed the dot.
I mean, what you could say now for Meta, I mean, it is heartbreaking to lose Wicked, and they would never want to, but at least they can talk their native language now. So for them, FaZe up above, still smoke wall out. There's going to be some mollies thrown at the front of those smokes. That's really smart. That's going to block FaZe in even longer, kind of delay them as long as possible. Give Meta the opportunity to wait this out. More smoke's going to be forced out because of that by FaZe as they continue to push down the hill. E36 able to hang on at the edge, at the bottom for now, but the smoke walls are out. This one's going to get wild at the end.
Meta is doing their very best to force FaZe Clan down towards Enterforce 36, and here they come. Fuss finds one, AC finds the other. Enterforce 36 in trouble. Fussface goes down. Ghost goes down as well. Meta trying to hold back, trying to raid this one out. 2 down for FaZe Clan, but they're still alive. 14 kills already. 80 down to low HP, needs to get healed up. This is chaos unfolding before your eyes. Satu is on fire. Blue is closing in. There's no way you're getting back alive. That molly is on point. That molly is perfect. Upa, did he get out of it? Did he get to stay alive? I'm not sure. Ghost is down into 2v3. Uber down to barely any HP. 80. Same situation. Players below him. No. Enterforce falls short. 80 falls as well. Uber, no HP. Playing behind the rock. Meta Gaming. They have this position. 3v1. Can you do it, Uber? Can you do it? No. Once again, FaZe fall in second. And Meta, welcome to the weekly finals.
A huge win there by Meta at the end, and Ragnar gonna give us a celebration chicken dance. You love it to see it. The guy is just having a ball as always, and now he has even more reason to celebrate here. It's Sparking giving him some high fives. Look at this. They are beyond excited. Wicked gonna give him a hug. The boys from Latin America getting it done. The team that we have been seeing come so close. Finally, they gave themselves the best chance possible. They were the first team in from the reseeding rounds, and in the last game, they're the last ones to qualify for the weekly finals.
Vamos, vamos, vamos, Meta, what a game, and oh my lord, if you're a FaZe Clan player, if you're a FaZe Clan fan, the frustration, you've gotta be so frustrated, and it's just so unfortunate. They had so many, so incredible games today, and in the end game, once again, they fall short. What a hell of a week of games overall. But I gotta say, I mean, for Meta and the end of it there, to not push over the top, to force, again, you throw the smokes to force Meta, you block off their line of sight over towards you, towards FaZe Clan, and force them to take the fight down the hill, block them with the mollies on the backside of the smoke. So many things being done by Meta in the end of that game. I'm excited to see them in the finals. They've played incredibly well in the bottom 16, and I'm just super excited to see Meta in the weekly finals.
I really am too. I love watching this team play. I love watching them operate, and I'm really excited, particularly to see Sparking and what he can do. Of course, this whole team is amazing. Silzen's been fantastic with his grenades. Wicked is a longtime veteran of Korean PUBG, always been an excellent player. Ragnar he's been a solid support player, and he seems to have an energy about him that just keeps things loose no matter what for Meta. He's always in a good mood. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always cracking jokes. Just what a great team. What a great performance. What a way to finish this one out.
2 weekly. Oh well, what should I say? I mean, to describe this weekly survival and the difficulty of it. FaZe Clan, they failed to qualify week 2. They go in and they win. They win the week 3 finals, and now they fall short again. These teams, there's so much on the line. There's so much pressure on all of them to go out and perform in every single game, and for Meta to bring it home, that's huge for them. Now let's hop on over and see what the guys from LATAM have to say.
And the last team to make it to the weekly finals was Meta Gaming. Congratulations. I'm here with player Ragnaldinho. We can see your Korean written on your t-shirts, even mentioned before. But congratulations once again. How are you guys feeling?
Parabéns a vocês. A gente já fez uma entrevista uma vez no Event Match. A gente falou sobre o uniforme de vocês que está em coreano. Só que dessa vez é a primeira vez que vocês ganharam a partida. Como você se sente em relação a isso?
¿En qué idioma respondo? Esqueci a pergunta.
Como você se sente em relação a ter ganhado a partida?
Muito bom porque sei lá, estou muito nervoso. Mas estou me sentindo muito bem, mas é assim que a Meta ganha, sofrendo sempre.
질문이 어떤 거였는지 생각 안 날 만큼 정말 기쁘고요. 그만큼 긴장을 많이 했어서
It feels really great, of course.
어떻게 소감을 얘기해야 될지
And I don't really know how to
모르겠습니다.
describe this,
그리고
but
메타게이밍은
it really feels amazing.
바텀 16 여포라는 말이 있을 정도로 정말 주말에 바텀 16에서 정말 대단한 활약을 해주고 계신데요.
So in the last bottom 16 matches, you guys, your team was really known to play so well, and that really makes us be excited for how you guys are going to be playing in the weekly finals. How are you guys going to be preparing for that?
A gente gostaria de saber com que determinação vocês pretendem participar do Weekly Final.
Amassar todo mundo, jogar o jogo que a gente está jogando, que está sendo muito bom no bottom 16, mas agora a gente vai aplicar na final e é isso, vamos para frente com tudo.
여태껏 보여드렸던 좋은 모습으로 계속
We're going to maintain
임할 거고요.
our good energy
모든
approaching all the
팀들을
matches.
다 이길 생각으로
And we're thinking of annihilating all the other
선수가
teams
항상
as
게임
well.
시작 전에 카메라에 잡힐 때마다 매력적인 모습으로 팬분들을 좀 이렇게
So
사로잡고
the fans have
계신데
noticed
지금 이제
every
승리한
time
그런
you
느낌을
appear on the
카메라에
camera
어필해
during the
주신다면
matches.
어떤
If you were to
몸짓일까요?
show yourself right now to describe how you're feeling, making it to the weekly finals, what would that be?
Para a câmera, a gente gostaria que você fizesse alguma reação mostrando toda essa sua felicidade por ter ganhado a partida.
네, 이쪽을 보시고요. 와,
Looking at the camera.
네, 라그날디뉴 선수 정말 기쁨이 느껴지는 것
You
같습니다.
really feel how
축하드립니다.
happy you are. Congratulations, guys, once again.
네, 해주세요.
Y bueno, nada, un saludo a los pibes, guachos, los gurís, amigos, que nada, que siempre están mancando ahí, a la gente de la anticomunidad, para mi madre, para mi novia, para mi abuela, para mi cuñada, para mis hermanos, para Coscu, la Coscu Bar, mi amigo, para Tiaguito también, boludo. Tiaguito, además de mi remix, amigo, nada, un grande, Tiago. Y nada, y para Silsen, que nada, altas calls mandó en la final.
네, 저희 가족
Só queria falar também que aqui é Latam, aqui é Brasil.
네, 좋습니다.
네, 저희 가족분들에게 다 감사의 말씀을 전하고 싶고요.
I just wanted to say thank you to all my family members.
이것이 바로 라탐이다라는 말을 하고 싶습니다.
네, 이렇게 라탐 지역에서 퓨리아
And this is
다음으로
Latam.
메타게이밍이 치킨을 가져가면서 이름을 올리는 것 같습니다. 이번엔 메타게이밍이 파이널 잘해주시겠죠, 라탐 대표로?
So,
네, 인터뷰 너무 감사드리고요.
representing Latam,
지금까지
good luck for you
메타게이밍과
guys in the
함께했습니다.
weekly finals.
저희는 계속해서 분석 데스크로 이어지겠고요. 주말에 진행되는 바텀 16 그리고 파이널도
Mute. Excuse me.
Oh, okay, never mind. Something tells me that wasn't the entire translation that we got from Ragnar there, but you know what?
I think he listed out every family member and cousin that he had there.
Fantastic. Meta gets themselves a spot in the weekly final, and they are ecstatic with this Hypot, considering that they have never been there before. Now they make it in week 4.
I mean, they've got it once again. They go the distance in the survival matches. This is coming off the back of, fantastic performances in the bottom 16 throughout week 2 and 3, right? We were talking about this roster with Wicked stepping into it, when they were going to find their feet. We know there's a lot of mechanical potential on this team. And again, to realize it in the final game, I mean, it's poetic, right? What better way to do it?
Definitely so. Clover, taking a look at Meta, you started the week off talking about the expectations for them, and they finally make it here.
And when we watched their bottom 16 plays, there was a lot of growth. This was a team that was really finding cohesion and consistency in the way that they were taking on fights. And that was something that was very present here. I mean, that was not an easy fight for them, for FaZe, or for Interforce. And given that terrain, they played that well. There were so many opportunities for them to kind of slip up. I know they lost Wicked a little bit early, and that was something that, was a bit of a scary moment, thinking, okay, well, Wicked right now top fragging for Meta. Can they pull through with this? But they kept their cool. They really did a great job as well as taking care of FaZe one at a time, cleaning it up.
Yeah, I think the timing that they used here in this final fight to join as the third party, Hypok was fantastic.
The timing of the third party attack, but following on from that, the timing of that molly. Like, the molly keeps them pinned behind that rock for long enough that the blue is literally touching them. Right there, it's on a silver platter. At the point, I mean, we were discussing this back and forth, right? Who's the first team to make a move? And unfortunately, FaZe, they have to play time. They have to throw down some defensive utility to close that distance between E36. When the fight eventually breaks out, Meta have moved to a position where they can third party both sides of that.
Yeah. I feel like, because obviously Wicked moved technically before a lot of this happened, and I feel like almost Wicked was kind of their litmus test to try and see how the rest of that circle could play out, what angles their opposing teams had Clover here going up against them, and then from that, they kind of were a bit more cautious, and it worked out.
Yeah, there was a lot of, really a lot of potential for E36 even to have screwed that up for them. And E36 as well, as we kind of take a look over this, I mean, they were putting in work. They've got a decent amount of kills out of them. They weren't entirely laying down passive, though, at the end, trying to see them get away from that molly. But I think that when you look at just how proactive Meta was that whole match, you do have to give them credit. And, that's heartbreaking to see.
Yeah, it is a bit of a heartbreaker for FaZe and FaZe fans, as Toby already mentioned in the commentary. But Gustav has consistently shown up, never mind the rest of the FaZe clan here, Hypoc, and it's been a bit tragic for our current tournament leaders so far.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they're the kings of the 11th hour. It's no surprise that here in match 16 of this week, they come through and have a blinding game. And unfortunately, there is a scenario there where they do come out on top of that. It's just a timing factor in the end game, which now I've talked about a lot this week. But that right there is a perfect demonstration of how you can structure that mid-game pressure, how it can warrant you a lot of kills in a circle like this. Is just heartbreaking is the word. That it accounts to nothing here in the survival.
Yeah, 3 second places in the last 4 games for FaZe. However, they're just gonna have to bounce back. They're gonna have to come back in those reseeding games and then come back strong in week number 5. Let's take a look at our 16 teams. I almost bit my tongue then. That are actually advancing on here into the weekly final. We have, starting from the word go to the very end, Gen.G all the way through to Meta Gaming. It's a great top 16. It's not exactly the top 16 I would have expected coming in, Clover. There's some big names missing, but there's good opportunities for some teams to really start on the pedal here.
Yeah, Petrichor Road, yesterday, a great showing. Multi-Circle getting another opportunity at this, as well as DA. These are the teams that haven't had that many opportunities in the weekly. It's a good chance for them to get down big money, and also that experience that's going to come with that performance. But, I mean, as you said, FaZe not making it, but the last time we saw FaZe go down to the bottom 16, we saw them come out strong as the winner for the next week, so.
Definitely so. I personally, I've got a lot of chips on Gen.G right now. I think that they're going to come out and be blasting here throughout this. Let's take a look at our next position as well, as we have our 16 that are going to be finding themselves in reseeding. And for a lot of these teams, I imagine that they didn't expect to be here. Hypoc, you're looking at your shoot kills, your Virtus Pros, your phases, and Damwon Kia just I don't know what to think of Damwon Kia.
I don't even want to talk about them again. At this point, it's just becoming frustrating. A similar situation. I mean, now we can kind of revert that with DA going through this week, but you're absolutely right. FaZe, Damwon, VP, shoot to kill, 4 a.m. as well. TSM, another one that we've got to look to these guys now to make a move. Again, we're getting towards the home stretch, so to say, of PGI.S. And yes, you could say they have the opportunity to just put up what's necessary in week 5 and 6, but in terms of expectations so far, it's not all there.
China big names as well. TSG, 4 a.m. as you're saying, Clover here. TSG had a great start to this week, could not iron out the creases, and now finds themselves in reseeding.
Yeah, I don't know if they just gassed themselves after those first 2 matches this week and ran out of anything to kind of play off of that, but they looked so fantastic. They were getting huge amounts of kills. They were making smart plays. They were staying up through the late game, top 2 twice, and then nothing after that, really. It just seemed like whoever they were on day 1 is not who we saw day 2 and 3 this week.
And then with that, we are done. It's elation for some, it's heartbreak for others as we move into our next weekly final here in week 4. It's going to be a good one. And remember, first place from this weekly final gets $150,000, which is effectively doubled thanks to crowdfunding. in the kitty. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world. This has been PGI.S. Tomorrow, a day's worth of hiatus, and then we are back at the weekend to find out who wins our weekly final.
Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Welcome to the battle, ready, set, fight. Aim it and lock it, shoot. The winner takes it all. Shoot. Aim it and lock it. You know that nobody like me, 'cause I'm faster when I'm stronger. You can have to let it down. The winner takes it all. You ready?